Hey, so good to see you folks. Thanks for coming in so quickly and chiming in. It's great to see you all. We're going to run ads. We'll be back. And then we'll dive straight into Tiny Devil's surely masterpiece, Tiny Devil Adventure. Stick around. We're going to be right here for an extra long stream today. Hello, everybody. How are we doing on this wonderful little Wednesday? It is so great to see you, no matter where you are in the relative time cycle. May the time streams be generous and kind to all of you. Welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you, Cubist Dev, Tiny Devil Games, Nicholson Morrow, Carzest, and all of the rest of you waiting in the ethereals. Tiny Devil, good to see you. Hey, we're going to play your game, Tiny Devil. Thank you so much for sharing this. I'm really excited about this. Upon loading this up, we are greeted with a rubber duck dangerously close to spikes. One must rescue the duck, and one must also imagine the rubber ducky happy. Jack, good to see you. Thank you for trying it. You're very welcome, Tiny Devil. We're going to go ahead and pause the chill-fi. We're going to dive in. Before I dive in, though, Tiny Devil, in your Discord message, you just said, I'd love to get your opinion. What stage of the game is this? What are you hoping to get feedback on? What type of a critique are you looking for? Are you looking for a critique? Or are you just, wanting to showcase it? Totally fine. Let me know what you're looking for, so I can gauge the feedback appropriately. Okay. Not all walls and floors are impassable. That is an interesting first line in bold. Mothman, hello. So good to see you. How are you today? Everything resets on death. Be ready to rage. Collect all the coins on each level to complete. If you do, leave your time in the comments. The game starts with both levels unlocked. The retail version requires unlocking of levels by completing the previous. Sure. Okay, great. This is pretty close to what the demo will be. Looking for any feedback, really. Rip it apart. Okay. Can we put the link? Yes, absolutely. Let's see. I just want to make sure this is the right link. Yeah, this is what was shared. Okay. Cool. There's the link. Let's try this out. Let's rage. Rage against the ducks together. Okay. So there's going to be 20 levels further on. Is that right? Okay. Should this be done with a controller, Tiny Devil? Should I go get my controller? Yes? Okay. All right. We'll be right back. Let me go grab the controller. Okay, controller is best. Yeah, I kind of figured from the lack of click support in the menu. I was like, oh, okay. This is the designer passively telling me something. Okay, so we're going to reload. I don't want my score sullied by downtime. Whoa, okay. So I'm on the... Memphis Macaroon, welcome on in. Good to see you. So Tiny Devil, I'm on the DualSense here. Using the analog stick, I cannot select anything. Yeah, definitely D-pad. Oh, and I can't tap and hold on the D-pad. I have to... Interesting. What is that? Oh! Interesting. Okay, so that icon in the upper left, I thought was like a starburst. I didn't conceptualize it as a gear. So I had no clue what that was going to be. My initial gut thought was like, oh, maybe like a secret or find other games made by the developer, maybe. I would not have expected settings there. The controls here are intuitive. I have been hearing more and more people asking for like sound and music to start at 50%. For whatever that's worth. Okay, cool. Need to debounce the stick. There you go. All right. So we have running, which is... So we have walk, we have run, we have jump. Okay. This is also a very tiny resolution. I've rage quit already. On Friday, I'm officially unemployed. Should I continue with my game or start another one? Oh boy, Memphis, that totally depends on your goals. Interesting. Why am I falling through right there? I cannot... All right, I gotta zoom in here. I cannot make any of this out. Okay. This is looking better. Am I cutting stuff off? Yes. How big can I make this without losing level? Okay. So I still don't know why I'm falling through there. I guess it's supposed to be a secret, maybe? And I'm assuming this is death. Yes, okay. Oh, but it doesn't reset my timer? Oh, boo. Okay, so now I'm on the lookout. Aha, more secrets. Okay. So that is a central part of the game. It is finding secrets. Yeah, I thought so. Was there anything else up here to get? Are the rubber duckies important? Oh, can I even get up there? No, I can't. I am locked in at this point. Okay. I was too clever for my own good. Yup. Okay. Jump. Okay. Oh, there's a ceiling there. It is so hard with these lights. Okay, got a rubber ducky. We can be up here now. Boy, this is hard to conceptualize. Like, how do I navigate all this? Let's see. There's a thing there. Is this a secret up here? Yep. Okay. Oh, there was a thing there. Okay. Jeez. That's frustrating. All right. I don't want to quite go back the direction that I came from yet. I want to grab this duck. Also, be aware. That didn't feel like it was supposed to touch me. Be aware. I've talked a lot on the stream about how, like, hard reset instant death mechanics are really rough for me. So I will probably be raging a decent amount at this. And also take it with a grain of salt because I am 100% not the target audience. It is a little weird to me that the robots go, like, further than I would expect. I would expect them to get to the edge and then stop, right? But it seems like they... Oh, jeez. It seems like they go all the way through to, like, an origin point, maybe? Like, they're going halfway through. I do like the... Jeez. I do like the little hint of the secret you get down here with this little potato bug walking around. How he walks into the wall a little bit. I think that's a really good little hint to the player. Okay. These levels are huge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I've found 7, 8, 9 of the coins. I have seen them in the level. No, I have to go all the way back. No. No. So that jump felt weird because it feels like you have to be sprint jumping on that. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to decide. Do I like the sprint or do I not? Because I didn't think that it would affect my velocity that much. But if I'm going to be forced to, like... Ugh, jeez. If I'm going to be forced to... checking for secrets. Sprint on a 1-block tile. I'm not in love with it. It's too tight. In my opinion. You can sprint jump on that. Yeah. Feels a bit odd immediately going into a sprint from standing. Feels like I need to gather speed. I can see that, Jack. I won't say I have the same thought, but I have a similar feeling. Oh, dear. There's for sure going to be a pit trap to fall into here, right? Where's the hole? Oh, dear. Okay. Get up to safety. Okay. Let this guy drive through. I'm just going to let him pass. Okay. I feel like falling down right where the duck is for sure gonna be the pit. Oh, that's a barrier. Okay. Okay. So it's gotta be, oh, off to the right. There's a fake wall. Interesting. I didn't expect that. Oh, what? Wait, no. Do I need to jump from that platform up there off to the left into that wall? Oh, jeez. Okay, get out of dodge, get out of dodge, get out of dodge. Everything's fine, everything's fine. Is that a wall? Ooh, I'm so terrified of just my whole reality breaking. Okay. So we can come back over here. We're here. One big thing. Oh, geez. It's too high to jump back into? For real? Oh, gall. Okay, well, we at least... That is rude. That's just mean. That's just mean-spirited, Tiny Devil. That's just rude. Okay. So. I am not the target audience for this, right? I will say, the secret areas, like the hidden walls, feel... Son of a fudging biscuit. They feel overused because... So it's verging into unfair territory for me, right? Because it's like I can't remember exactly where everything is. I don't know. Is there a visual treatment that I'm just missing? I don't think so. I think they look exactly the same. So that's my struggle. Yeah, it feels like a troll game. It feels like a troll game. I can see? What am I supposed to be seeing? Because, like, there's some broken pathway over here that I can't make out, and there's a broken wall here. What am I supposed to be looking for? Because I don't see it. Some have visual elements, some you can see the light pass through. Courtesy of Endo, hello, good to see ya. How are you today? It's going very well. We're playing Tiny Devil Games game, which you can find at the link for anyone who's hanging out. It is a rage platformer, and we're kind of talking about the design and everything. And it's being really interesting, because I am definitely not the target audience for this. And so it's being an interesting experience for me to try and go through. And I've informed Tiny Devil Games to, like, take all of my feedback with a very big grain of salt. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if it's because of the size of the window or because of the lights on my screen. But I am unable to see any differences here. And I also don't know what the rubber duckies are all about. Okay. No fallen passageways there. Can I jump up? No. Jump through? Up? There we go. You can't see any differences either, Jack? So, I don't know. That's a sample size of 2, right? Could be that that's just us. It could also be an indicator of maybe it would be a good idea to make those visuals a little bit more legible. That's the most gamer thing. I don't know what the ducks do, but I know I must collect them. Yeah, for real. The light emitted by the player cast through the holes. Oh, goodness gracious. Hold on. Can we like go take a look here somewhere? I don't know that I have easy access to a hole somewhere. Up here? No. Okay. Okay. I do like the lights, by the way. And the visual style overall, it's pretty dang clean. In fact, like the player and the bots and the lights and everything feel so good. And the particles feel so good that the tile map, I feel, kind of is a little bit off, which is weird. I wouldn't have expected to say that. That's kind of where I'm feeling right now. Oh, come on. No, just there we go. Okay. So there is a hole right there. Okay. I'm kind of starting to get it, but that's pretty subtle. I really like the running animation. It looks maybe a little too stilted, like you're returning to like standing up and then like there's no forward part of the run animation, if that makes sense, which it probably doesn't. But overall, I'm really liking it. I thought when I first loaded up the game, I thought, well, this is a very striking main character. I really like this. Let's see. How do we get into there? Oh, that's right. I don't want to do that. Oh, shoot. I don't want to do it. I don't want to go through that wall. There is no tween between running and standing / walking. Yeah, and I don't necessarily mean a tween there. I mean the run cycle itself. Like, it feels to me, and I am not an animator, right? This is not my area of expertise. Definitely take it with a grain of salt. It feels like when you're running, like the walk animation feels good because your feet are going in front of you. When you're running, it feels like your feet never extend past your nose, right? That's kind of what I'm referring to. It's that, yeah. Also, I'm not seeing the benefit of walking kind of at all. I am constantly holding in run, which is making my thumb very tired. Oh, okay. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay, all right. So how do I get out of here now? Just, okay. Holy cannoli. Okay, we got 8. Got pieces of 8. Where are the other 2? Okay. You will find the purpose of walking. So I guess my point is, I'm spending 90% of my time running. Can we make the run button a toggle instead of a hold? Because if it's like at times it will be helpful, then I would rather it be I would rather there be more options to just leave it on. Patrick, hello. Okay, that's number 9. How do we get to 10? Where do we go on that one? Not a bad shout, maybe harder to convey. Good night. How do we... What's even over there? Trying to think. I'm trying to remember. Okay. Because I'm thinking it's gotta be, you gotta come in through the right? Because we've already explored. Ooh, don't like this, don't like this, don't like this. Ugh. Yeah, how do we get down there? Very tilted. I died with 9 coins. I'm terrified of doing that, Haiti. I'm so scared of that. Oh, man. I might... Oh, see, like, this is where I need a bigger light source, because I think I've got to jump into here, but I have no way to verify it. I don't want to verify it when I have 9 coins right over a death pit, you know? Oh, that is hardcore. But I don't see any other option. Because like I can't get over here. There's nothing I can fall into. Right, I'm walking so I can fall. Ugh. I mean, it's got to be that, right? It's got to be go through here and then fall down and then move through. Okay, are there any visual cues that I'm missing? Is there a way that I can verify this without killing myself? Like, the player's light is so small, like, it's not going to go all that way through. I don't see any difference on the bumps on the edge here on this tile versus this tile. I don't see any difference in the texturing. Not here, there aren't. What do you mean, not here, there aren't? Are you telling me not to do what I'm talking about doing? You can't get to it from here. Jeez. Well, I'm glad I've got the developer here, because I was going to try that and I was going to get very tilted. Oh my goodness. Okay. So if it's not here, oh, I have to jump all the way over all this. God, I hate that. There's not really another way for me to, unless it's like something ridiculous, like, you know, jump in to the side here or something and drop down. But based on how the game has operated up until now, I don't think we're going to have an elevator like that. I don't suppose that it's here, right? No. Nothing ridiculous. Yeah. That's kind of what I figured, is that they feel more like, they feel a little more telegraphed than that in general. But if we can't get to it from there, like, how do we get down? We've already been through all of here. We've explored all this stuff. And then this is just the other side. There are places you haven't tried, though. Well, I'm sure there are. Further down? I mean, sure, but, like, where further down? Like, this is as further down as I can go. Like, there's this space, but I can't reach over here. Like, I gotta come up from there. Ugh, man, I'd love a map. I would adore a map, so I don't have to go jumping over pits just to see. I don't know. It feels like going back up isn't going to be the solution, right? Unless there's like a really weird drop. But like, you know, up here was the coins that we already got. We've been through this whole area up top. This is the edge of the level. Want a hint? Sure. I may be at that point. I think I'm a little bit stuck. Good music as well. Fits. It's got kind of contemplative moments, but also is fast-paced enough. You get to it from in that room. Go back to the room with the coin in it. You get to it from it. You get to it from in here? How? Because you can't jump up. That's too far. There's no wall over here. You can't, like, there's no, you know, elevator over here. I thought I already tried falling through this wall, but we're on, like, the edge of the border anyways. I don't think we've extended past the bounds of the map before. Stand on each Oh, I almost forgot to run there. You got it, Jack. You figured it out. Well done. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. Oh, okay. Hey. You don't have comments. Leave your time in the comments. I want to leave my time in the comments. Is anyone else playing this with me here? Has anyone made it through? Okay, I think that's a wall. So that is one thing. Just from an accessibility standpoint, the floor, especially when there's no grass on it, the wall tile maps are are very, very, very dark. And with a very dark background, they're very hard to see. So like over here, I literally couldn't even see like what the shape of this space was. Over here, it's a bit better because of the lights. But over here, that contrast is so low, it like someone with a vision impairment especially is definitely not going to be able to see it. 376? Shut up, Haiti. Did you restart? Okay. This is a lot of danger floor. So I'm guessing this is... Oh, man. This is where the walking is most... Like, I didn't walk, I think, once in World 1, you know? At least not where I felt like, oh, this is the solution. Refreshed after dying with 9. There you go. I do think this is the sort of thing that speedrunners would definitely have fun with. I mean, the name of the game is Speedrun, right? Oh dear, that was such a bad cycle. Oh shoot. There was no winning on that one. I died as soon as I made the first jump because of how the cycles lined up there. Good. I haven't even gotten a single coin. Oh boy. Look at the walls. I mean, that's what I'm saying though, is like it's hard to even like understand the walls because of the color contrast. I think that's my biggest concern about the game right now is just visual readability. Okay, so I can't, oh, I can jump over that guy. But it's, what? There wasn't a hidden wall over there. There was no breaking happening on that one. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go get the divorce lawyer, just on call, Tiny Devil. I'm not calling him yet, but, and I so I'm pretty sure all of the ducks in level 1, I did not observe anything special happening there. What are the ducks supposed to do? Do they, like, subtract from my time or something? Do they affect the time and I just didn't notice it? Yeah, I know I missed the coin there. I don't really care. I just want to kind of... That's such a troll. Holy cannoli. And then, of course, I neglected to look up when I picked up that duck, too. Okay, so now we're over here, so this will let us grab... Okay, interesting. I'm kind of curious about these, like, separate things that just feel like free safety, which is something I don't expect out of this game. Oh, shoot. Jeez. Duck rewards aren't implemented in the demo. In the full game, they let you die once without time resetting. without time resetting in the next level. What? So, like, if I get all the ducks in level 1, then I now have an extra life in level 2? Is that the idea? We have ads starting in just a second. Okay. Coins. Yeah, okay. So like your positioning will still reset, but you won't have to go back and do all the stuff again. Ah. Jeez. Has anyone beaten World 2? This seems like a huge spike in difficulty. Like, if they're all gonna get harder at this rate, World 20 is gonna be, like, actual hell. Tamashi Dev, hello, welcome in. It's so good to see you. We do have ads starting any second now, I'm sorry. We're also playing Tiny Devil Games game, which is found here. It is a rage platformer, which is not my area of expertise at all, but we're having a good time kind of analyzing and picking it apart. We have ads, we're going to pause, we'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, boy. The invisibility cloak was taken over by green ants. Are you just playtesting indie games in general or just Godot made games? So we're doing community submissions. So what we do here, Fox Hollow Games, is... Also, I need to flip here, don't I? My goodness. Hold on. I can fix this without fixing things. There we go. Perfect. Osu, for your viewing pleasure. What am I doing? So, you know, you'd think I'd get the hang of some of this eventually. Nope, that's not gonna work. We're gonna go back to the original. So, Fox Hollow Games, this is a charitable enterprise that helps people enter the game industry, Tamashi. So, our objective is not to make a game or to be espousing any single engine. Our goal is to help people in their journey to enter a field that they may never have considered or thought possible before. So a big part of that is game analysis and discussion about how can we make the best games we possibly can. I am a product designer with over 10 years experience, and I just started getting into game dev last November and starting this whole thing. So when people have community games that they have been developing and they want to showcase, we have a channel point redemption for that, where people can, oh dear, sheesh. People can submit their games to be critiqued and analyzed on the channel, where both the people watching get to see what works and doesn't work, and we all learn and grow from it and take back to our own games. And then the people who get the critique done, they get to then take the thoughts and comments of the chat and myself and go and improve. So that's what we're doing right now, Tamashi. I believe this was made in GameMaker, actually. And Tiny Devil, I did open that new link to be able to leave, son of a biscuit, leave comments, but it deleted my time because it didn't save it. So I'm not gonna open it because I need my time. I need the badge that said I did it. Okay, where's the hole? There's no hole over there. This is such a red herring. Also a product designer getting into game dev as a hobby. Nice, I am Haiti. Very cool. Yeah, product design was kind of like my first love as far as big boy careers go. It was something I didn't know existed, and boy, I just fell into it hard taking an interaction design course in college. Oh, this is so terrifying. I remember the time it was only 20 minutes, 36 seconds. Remember the time it was only 20 minutes? Oh, each level is supposed to be a game of 2 parts. 1, finding all the hidden locations, and 2, doing it all as fast as possible. Got it. This is I think if you want there to be that like double game of like the game of finding the hidden parts and then the game of executing on it, I almost wonder, and I'm sure you've probably thought about this. What are your thoughts on having, when you discover a hole, that it is now visible to you? Oh, jeez. It's such tight timing. Just because, like, the way you're describing that of a game in 2 parts, I did not mean to jump up there. Gosh dang it. It kind of feels like they're competing against each other in a certain way, right? Finding the hidden holes is a game of patience. It's a game of going slowly. It's about exploring everything, but you still have the timer going on that, right? So, like, you're going to go and explore, and then if you want to do the second part of the game of doing as fast as you can, then you kind of go back and redo it. But I'm wondering if there's, like, a way to incentivize the player, right? Is there a way to say, cool, great job, you completed the level, now go back and do it again as fast as you can? Is there a way to give them some sort of, number one, understanding that that's kind of what the expectation is for the game, and then number two, if you can even reward it somehow. Yeah, so those spikes are definitely where you want to walk. I would much rather be holding in X to walk rather than to run. I would 100% flip that around, because 99% of the time I'm running. Sheesh. And it's such a long, like, wind-up period to get to that, too. So harsh. I'm probably not going to be able to finish this level, Tiny Devil. And like I said, take everything I say with a huge grain of salt, because I'm not the target market for this, but I can speak as to my experience. Okay. No, I was so close. I just want to get that coin. If I can get that coin, I'll say I won. I literally don't think I have it in me to beat this second level. I actually think I cannot do it. And I weep when considering the future 18 levels past this. Go down instead. No, Tiny Devil. You don't understand. You don't understand. I need to do this now. Go down instead. More fun. And that's an interesting statement, right? Like, why is there a more fun part of the level? And it could be that's on purpose and for a very good reason. But, like, that statement kind of raises my eyebrow. And I'm like, oh, I wonder why, you know? Walk. Also, I desperately hope when this comes to Steam that there's an achievement for spending more than 9,000 seconds on a level. Okay. Oh, God, it's so floaty when you're falling down. And that's... Okay, so I'm going to tangent off of this, right? There is a market for this type of game. I am not that market. Here's why. I hate repeating the same thing over and over again. It is very difficult for my brain to do the same thing I have done a million times over and over and over again. When I feel I've already mastered it, it's like, okay, I really want that part to be done. And in this type of a game, it's the same problem I have with like a lot of Dark Souls bosses, where you have to go through so much in order to get to the point where you can practice the new thing that you want to get better at. And the more time that elapses between practicing events, the harder it is to learn. And so, like, I feel not only that, do I have to retry things a bunch, but also my learning speed is very retarded, which is really difficult for me to deal with. If I don't feel like I'm learning and getting better, I'm just failing over and over again, that's when I start to get really discouraged. Like I said, I am not the target audience for this game. Those people would probably feel differently. I'm just explaining why I feel a bit differently. Okay. Nope. Okay, everything's fine. Recovered. Everything's fine. No, I was so close. That was so close. Oh, man, I was so close. So that is one thing we can take away as designers, right? Like, if you want the player to learn something, you need to give them repeated exposure to that something in a tight amount of time. If you extend the amount of time between learning events, it will slow things down. So I need to go when it's like advancing halfway to the edge. Why didn't I jump? What was that? Nope, I messed up my own timing. I didn't go when I said I was supposed to go. Psyched myself out. Ooh. Yeah, this might be my last try at this purely for my thumb's sake. It is just, it's getting pretty tuckered. Plum tuckered thumb. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? No! Dang it. All right, one more try. That wasn't a real try. Because, yeah, doing this, and unless I'm able to figure out some sort of gimmick or trick of like, oh, now I get it, it clicks in my brain, and now I'm able to do it with like 100% accuracy, this feels rough to, like, have to, get to 9 coins and then be like, okay, I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna go try this one. It's just harsh. Oh, shoot. Also, that tick-tock lines up almost with this top spot, but not quite. Whenever that tick-tock goes, it really throws off my rhythm. I have to, like, pause and wait for that part of the music to go away. Oh, man. All right, we're going to go down now. I think I've got the idea, and if I kept going at it for a really long time, I could probably nail down that timing a little bit, but it does feel really tight. Okay. Here we go. Grab this over here. All right. Whoa. I'm guessing those are danger bugs. The TikTok was my daughter's suggestion to add to the music to add the time pressure. And to be fair, I don't know that it's a bad idea, right? Like, I think it's very fair. Did you make the music yourself, by the way? Tiny Devil? Because I think it works, and I like the element. It's just, it's so close to matching up with it, and it doesn't match up with it, and that's the difficulty for me. Oh, yeah, I thought something like that was about to happen. Tiny Devil, I'm very impressed. This is pretty good music. Yeah, I like it a lot. I would not have expected you made that. So I'm assuming then you made all of this then, right? Did you make all the art and everything as well? Everything. My goodness. Very impressive. Very impressive, Tiny Devil. I was hoping I could jump over 2 of those if I was sprint jumping. Because that's kind of like what this game feels like it's maybe trying to do, is like, I'm going to make this level that looks really hard, but then kind of when you figure out what you're supposed to do, and you're supposed to interact with it in a novel way, then it works, right? Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it through that. So we'll just kindly walk through. It would be great if I could, you know, kill these things by dropping a spike on them. All right. We did it. Oh, man. Let's try and tackle the moth room. I'm pretty sure that's it. Oh, is this dude gonna chase me again? No, you're so mean. That's so mean. Ah. You're not the first person to say what, Tiny Devil? I'm curious. Yeah, okay. So I think that's where we're gonna call that. Let's go ahead and jump into an Octalysis, because I don't know, I want to. There we go. Bring in the link here. All right. Tiny Devil Adventures. About the rocks killing the scuttlers, yeah. Well, you're just begging for any sort of like way to make things a little bit like, can I just be clever and make this easier, please? Okay, let's grab this. We're gonna bring this over here. So epic meaning and calling, you know, it's not, right? So far as I'm aware, there's no story, and that's not really the point of it. The point of it is not to have a story. You could say that your epic meaning is being the best, right? Like climbing a leaderboard or something, but that's a little loosey-goosey. Okay. Empowerment? I didn't feel incredibly empowered. I think if a lot of those visual issues were addressed, I think it would help a lot, right? If there was some better contrast, between the tile map and the background, have some way, and I know that there is a way. even with you explaining the way to me, I still did not feel capable of like diagnosing where there was a hole or not. The meaning is to make you feel pain inside. I need to look at putting gamma settings in. Oh, interesting. Yeah, for sure. So like if I could become more empowered to actually pick that out, whether it's like some sort of a tutorial or brighter lights, or maybe the gamma settings would take care of that. I don't know. That's where I'm feeling about it though. Social influence, I mean, kind of like rage bait, right? That's always going to have a certain amount of social influence of like, hey, this made me tear my hair out. Now it's your turn, right? It's the, oh, this smells terrible here. Unpredictability, way high. However, everything behaves predictably once you discover it, right? So I'm not going to put it like pure entropy. But it is for sure, every new room is this sense of dread of like, oh no, what is going to happen in here? I think so because it looks fine on my monitor. I believe that, Tiny. Yeah. And once again, I have these crazy bright lights for the stream. And that really does make it much harder to see things on the screen. When it gets really dark, these bright lights have a bloom effect on top of my monitor. And it is so hard. It's so hard to make it out. Maybe if the fake walls weren't passable by default and you had to guess where they were in order to reveal them, might make the player a bit more empowered from predicting where they would be. I'm not following your idea there, Jack. If the fake walls weren't passable by default, so you'd like Minesweeper it? Like, I sit and dev in the dark, maybe I need to put lights on. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's a really important thing. And that's a big part of product design is getting out into the context of other people. Sorry, I think someone is knocking at the door. I'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. Yeah, I am Haiti. Put yourself in other people's shoes, empathy, contextual inquiry, right? That's the big thing. It's what are other people experiencing? And it's why the concept of build what you love is such a trap, right? Which is rough, right? Yes, build what you love. But if you want to make a commercial success, you have to understand you are not the people who are going to be buying your game. And yes, there will be people like you but playing your game and buying your game. But once again, if you want to hit as wide of a space as possible so that you can be more commercially successful, that's going to go beyond yourself. Dark Souls hidden walls need to be hit before you can pass through them, but then disappear. Yeah, Jack. That makes sense. Oh, Tiny Devil. I think I'm pretty sold on that. Well, there you go. Okay. I was going to say then you have to have like some sort of interact button, but there you go. Tiny Devil liked it. Okay. Avoidance through the freaking roof. Every step is a fear-ridden odyssey of pain. Scarcity, yeah, I mean, scarcity in lives, right? And then scarcity in time. Until eventually you kind of break through the other side of the time barrier and you're like, oh, my time's not going to mean anything. Ownership, you know, it's the same, like, my version of the game is the same as everybody else's version of the game. There's not really any ownership there. Once again, it's a rage platform. Like Super Meat Boy didn't really have ownership, right? That's fine. To that point, Jack, accomplishment very high, right? When you get all that going, it's like, oh, thank heavens, I don't have to do that again. That's kind of for me, right? It's not so much, oh man, I did it. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad I never have to deal with that again. But when you figure out the route to each coin, you're like, oh, okay, this is how we do that. That does feel very nice. That is a rewarding moment, for sure. Okay, should we get you some food? Yeah, there we go. Let's tank you up. Let's get you all just full of lactose. Yeah. So that's an interesting chart, right? Like, if we take this, bloop, 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 bloop. Oops. I can do better than that. There we go. That's not great, but it's better. So like we're leaning really heavily into this bottom space, right? This area here is getting a lot of attention from the design. And that may be exactly where you want it to be. Could be that that's it. It could be as well. You're like, this is a lot of negativity. And yes, it's a rage platformer, but like, maybe we need to find ways to boost accomplishment or boost empowerment or boost meaning in order to support that. I don't know. Those are things that only Tiny Devil will be able to answer. There are multiple routes for each level, which will all affect timing for speedrunning. I mean, sure, there's picking your route. But like, I don't know. Why do I not feel that increases ownership? I think it's because that's not so much about my way through the game as it is just a route through the game, you know, like, because like you're encountering the same obstacles, and the order in which you approach those obstacles does not necessarily impact how difficult the obstacles are, right? So it's not like Mega Man, where you go through, you beat a master, and now you have this weapon, and that will impact how you play in the next level. Like, if you get this coin versus that coin first, like, it's still going to be the same approach route, right? It's just a matter of finding the way that is most time-friendly, right? I was thinking that, like, the player could bring out a lantern, which has a brighter light that would dispel hidden walls, but has a long enough cooldown to not spam. Sure, I can see that. And that would honestly, that would help. Like in that one situation where we're at, where Tiny Devil was saying, hey, like, there's not a hidden wall there. That would help the player be able to verify yay or nay, right? Hey. Maybe you just fall asleep. So that's kind of my thoughts on Tiny Devil Adventure. I like the visual style in a lot of ways. I love the lighting on it, really good. I want to see like even more of that lighting. I want to see more impacting things. I may need to make the tells more obvious for me. Yeah. Once again, I got all these. Let me turn the lights off. Let's turn all the lights off and see what happens. Oh, that's way brighter. Holy cannoli. That's like so much more legible. I can see everything. No context, just fall asleep, child. So yeah, I can see clearly now these lines, like all of this background I never was able to notice before. Point of view, you're in my room. Now I feel I can kind of detect the light. So yeah, I see this guy with the light underneath him now. I'm not seeing the light come up top. Now I'm understanding what that means, right? Yeah, wow, okay. And so I'm assuming it's hard for me to tell that so each of these rooms does not seem connected, right? They seem separated from each other. It's hard to say yay or nay on that because I don't know if it's just like, well, maybe the light just ends in between the wall segments. Yeah, okay. So now the light is able to be much more of a prevalent mechanic for me. Now I can see, oh yeah, there isn't anything like over here because there's no light happening over here. Holy cow. See the green pixels on the wall just after the first jumps. Lower down. The green pixels on the wall just after the first jumps. What, right there? That tiny little thing? Oh, hold on. Let me get the controller back out. Okay, here we go. Oh my, yeah, no, I was never gonna be able to notice that. Oh my gosh. So, and here is like, oh man. Okay. So maybe that's what the walking is supposed to be for, so you can see that light coming through the bottom of the floor. I don't know if it's just me, but some massive pits are a lot brighter than others. Don't know if that's on purpose. Interesting. I mean, I guess like maybe these ones are brighter than these ones because there's more light bleed into the sections. Yeah, playing this with the lights off is a very different experience. Very different experience. I don't think it would necessarily change like this section because this just seemed like platforming difficulties. But now being able to like read the levels and everything a lot more intelligently, I think that's a big deal. Okay. I have a feeling I may be missing some culling on deck. Oh. All right, let's throw these lights back on. It's so bright. So bright. Oh gosh, it's so bright. My eyes adjusted. Ah, okay. All right, that's Tiny Devil Adventure. Once again, let's get that link in the chat. Copy link to itch.io. Yeah, definitely go play it. It's fun. It's great. I can't wait to see how things go for you in the release because, like I said, I'm not the target audience here. I'm curious how that goes when it gets pushed out. Also, like for the scene transitions to be seamless, like if you loaded the surrounding rooms all at the same time. That was one difficulty that, like, moving between rooms felt really scary a lot of the times. I kind of started to develop a certain amount of trust that you weren't going to just instant murder me on the scene transition, but it was pretty scary a lot of times. Yeah, Tiny Devil, was there anything else you were hoping to kind of get feedback on? Anything that we didn't get to touch on that you would like to discuss? Or anything? No instant murder, that isn't fun, except for all of the many instances of instant murder in the game. Yeah, I was nervous a lot of the times of like just holding in forward too much and then running off the edge. So if I had to take a guess, that is probably why the scene transitions are not seamless, right? Is to kind of put a little buffer there so that you don't accidentally run into a lava pit, right? It's a little bit of a break to say, pull back on the trigger, wait, evaluate what's happening in this new room. Am I right on that, Tiny Devil? To give you time to adjust. Yep. And I think that's the right call, to be fair. I think it would be a huge mess otherwise. Like, you'd have to make sure there would never be a way to kill yourself right after a room transition. It would really impede your ability to do level design. So, there you go. Cool. Yeah. Tiny Devil Games, thank you so much for building something and for putting it out into the world and letting us share in it. That's so cool. Thank you. I learned a lot. I learned a lot in rage platformers, and you kind of stretched my analysis muscles a little bit and everything. It was fun. It was fun. It was great. Thank you so much. And man, I'm mystified that you made every part of that. My goodness. Even the music, that is so far beyond me. Also surprised there weren't many hidden death walls. What, just like spikes on the other side of a hole? All right. So, that is our very first part of today's stream. Done and done. Tiny Devil's game. Thank you so much for sharing that, Tiny Devil. Let's go ahead and get our turns working in our game, shall we? In Overload. Woo! So we got a problem here. Random platform has a hole in and you die immediately, stuff like that. Yeah. So here's our problem. We've got stuff going. We got powers activating. We're doing our animations. The UI is not pretty, but at least it's like kind of legible. The big problem that we're running into is this. When the timer ends, we stop. So we need to get our back and forth turns working once again. Ooh. And I'm trying to remember, like, how did I reorganize all the code for this? Where does this live? Would it be in the fight scene? We've got turn initialize, villain turn end dot connect. And we have some errors, but they're like non-errors. It's like, hey, this node, it doesn't exist, but it's because I've structured it kind of in a weird way where this is never an actual node that exists. It's like getting brought in on a different child thing, which does have it, and it works just fine. It's just the IDE doesn't like it. Because you refactored this like 5 times already. It's true, Jack. It's very true. K-Hadao over on YouTube. Hello. How are you today? Good to see ya. So yeah, where's our turn happening here? We've got a breakpoint there. I want to see if this is actually like doing something. We're just gonna let this run for a little bit. We're gonna try and get everything all wrapped up. We're not hitting the breakpoint. Okay, so villain turn end may not be may not be triggering. Okay. I have a function where all it does is emits a signal. Oh boy. What is calling villain turn end? Right here. what if we just did this? Like, this is strange. Why are we calling a function that only emits a signal? Come on. Let's pause our chillify. I don't like the competing music. So we're not hitting here. So are we getting like caught somewhere up here? Let's do that. Throw a breakpoint right at the very top. We'll run through a new turn, manually start the timer. Okay, well that appears to be broken. Let's try it again. One problem at a time. Okay, so it didn't even trigger there. So the villain turn is not triggering. Why are you not triggering? Turn end. What is emitting turn end? Endless rain of balls. You got it, I'm Haiti. We do at some point need to turn those into actual shapes. They'll probably still stay spherical, but they need to have a unique shape about them. Still trying to figure out what that's gonna be. Right here. Turn timer. Turn end. Are you not hooked up? Is it going to be as simple as that? Are we just literally not even... Is the signal not connected? Go to our fight UI. This has our timers in it, right? Where are our signals? Yeah, you are. I mean, that arrow wasn't there before, though. Did we just have to remind Godot that existed? What software are you using to make the character sprites and graphics? Roberto Martinez over on YouTube. Roberto, I've used Sprite for a lot of it. So the characters, which are like, they're bad. These are bad characters. And the background and everything, I used Sprite for that. For the balls, I used Figma. No good reason. It's just what I was using at the time. I'm gonna throw a breakpoint there. And then the like UI graphical elements, these shapes and everything are just they're just like color rectangles in the engine. Yeah. So mostly Sprite. Asepprite. Okay, so we are hitting this. We're in clear combo now, and we're gonna loop through all of our powers and reset them. Hydrate, thank you so much, Tom. How are you doing? How are you enjoying your newfound freedom? Good to see you. How's the bridge? How's the tycoon? Are they both doing well? How are their families? Whoop. Okay. So we're deleting everything. Lovely. Let's go to our villain and set a breakpoint up here. Oh no, that's for the player. Go to the villain. Yeah, but Roberto, let me know if that answers your question or not. Turn end dot connect villain turn. Yeah, it is simply not triggering for some bizarre reason. First off, let's delete all these underscores because these are not Godot native functions. They don't need those. You. interfere. Sure, we'll do that. Then we'll rename these interfere. Then we will get rid of that underscore. Freedom is great. Marketing, though, is annoying. Yes, it is, Tom. You are not wrong. You are not wrong at all. What annoyingness have you been encountering? So, like, we're triggering the end of the turn. Turn end is emitting. It's just not getting picked up. And we don't get any errors about it, which is deeply annoying. Can I... All right, whatever. Sure, we'll do that. I want to clear out some of these because they're just deeply frustrating. Local function parameter, clear combos, shadowing already declared. Is it just this? Get rid of. It does. Okay, good. Glad to hear it, Roberto. Today I spent the entire first half of the day making a short, singular. Dude, YouTube is soul-sucking for me. Like, it's cool. I like it. It's great. I am not one of those people that enjoys editing. Oh my goodness. It's so detail-oriented and so specific. It is rough. To the point where I've started to look up content creators that do really well with, like, almost no edits. And I'm like, okay, these guys are now my heroes. I am going to learn how they do content, and I am going to do content like that. Like Vsauce, you know, like, he has at most a few cuts in any short. Most of the time, it's just him waggling his eyebrows at the camera and gesticulating. Are we making a fighting game, Roberto? No, this is not a fighting game. It is a, it's a roguelike. So, you know, in like Helldivers 2, if you want to call down an orbital bombardment, you have to type in the like up, down, left, right, you know, arrow keys sort of things. The idea here is similar, where you have to click on these falling dots in the order of one of your powers that are up here. So if we let this reset real quick. Come on. Come on. All right, it's broken. It's broken a little bit. We got to fix it. But if I open a new one, you can see we're going to do brawl. So red, red, blue, and then we deal 1 damage, right? So we're going to go back and forth with the enemy. We have a timer for how much time we get to have on our turn, running through our powers as much as we can. And then the enemy will retaliate and do their side, and then we go again. Now, what's interesting to me is I've noticed we're always doing board disruption right up at the front. That shouldn't be happening. There's something broken in the villain parent script. Something is happening like up here that is causing some sort of problem. Like, is our intention even getting run? Which is randomizing the intention? No, it's not. What is happening in the villain script, yo? Wow. Crazy. So it may not even be the signals. It's just like something is borked up here. So yeah, you're going to go through, and when you win a fight, you're going to go into your downtime activities. You're going to go sleep, have the daytime where you know, maybe go to school, go to your job, take care of your relationships, go save Aunt May. And then nighttime will come around, and that will be a new fight where you progress along in a series of comic book stories, and that will be kind of a run. Yeah. In fact, I should bring up the art that we have for this, that GameMaker 2D Fighters is building out for us. Because we know what our tasks are. If I can enunciate for once in my life. Overload. There we go. Yeah. So that's some concept art that GameMaker 2D Fighters has been making for us. We've got this guy down here, which is like the villain, the head villain for the game, Defiant, or at least one of them. He's gonna be a rock oriented guy, which of course, you know, the bad guy always has to be like the opposite of the hero. So yeah, we're trucking along, assuming that, you know, things are working. Boy, okay. Do you have owners? Are you owned by anyone? Villain player has the player script attached to it. That's our problem. Please let it be our problem. I would really like it if that were the problem. Wait, what? The villain parent is an instance of the player? I mean, I guess technically that works. And we have our script getting loaded. So why isn't it running? Okay, so we're hitting that breakpoint. Wait, whoa. What just happened there? We're jumping into a different script. Like we're leaving it? And then we're not coming back to the villain parent? What is going on? I've adjusted the platform part you were struggling with. There were probably only a handful of frames where you could make it. Much more forgiving now. New version of... Oh, awesome, Tiny Devil. That's great. Awesome. Very cool. So why are we not hitting ready? Isn't that weird? Like, we're doing this stuff. Why are we not going into ready? Godot for ready function and not calling, I guess. I don't know. When I create a class and extend it in a new one, the parent's class's ready function is not called. Base class's ready is no longer being auto-called like in 3.x. You can call it manually with super. Oh, we have a... Okay. Well, I mean, we have super here. Right? And I guess we don't need signal setup because we're going to be supering in from the player script. No, we're extending actor. Just signal setup actor. Okay. Which is filled with nothing. Oh dear. Can we just nuke that? I mean, I don't think that's gonna fix it. Right. So then there's nothing to super. Okay. Let's try it again. We'll get rid of that. Let's try again. Okay. Oh, and you know what? We're not even printing the global name. We're not printing the villain's name. Super weird. Super weird. How are we doing today? Off-grid game dev, we're doing very well. We played through as much as I could of Tiny Devil Games project that he just put up, which I can throw the link again in the chat. right here. This rage platformer that Tiny Devil Games was making. Hold on, can I do this with mouse and keyboard? How bad am I going to be with the mouse and a keyboard? Ah! Okay. Lone Ranger, hello! I am doing very well, thank you for asking. How are you today? Okay. No! I just want to make it past that one point because Tiny Devil just supposedly made it easier based off of some of our feedback, and I want to see how easier. Run through all here, run through all here, run through all here, and walk. Rage platformer, yes, off-grid. It is meant to induce a feeling of extreme rage. Our games submitted via the chat points thing. Yes, most of them, I am Haiti. If you've been here for a little bit, then, like, we kind of waive it. It's mostly just to prevent, like, spamming or people coming in and trying to promote their stuff without, like... Oh, that's a trillion times easier. Holy cow, is that way easier. But yeah, that's the main way, is the channel point rewards. Thought that was your leg? What is that? Are you talking about in the game or on the camera? If it's on the camera, this is my son. What's the difference between a critique and an analysis? Are you talking about in terms of the channel point rewards? So, a critique is I am soliciting input. I am trying to find ways to improve. An analysis is just observing what is working, what isn't working in general. So, like, a critique is going to be more geared around problem solving than an analysis it would be, right? An analysis is just going to be, these are things that I am observing. A critique is going to be, hey, these are areas where you can improve your art, right? They're different things. It's subtle, but it's different. Is he alive? Can you, into the microphone, maybe? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, he's alive. Couldn't get past that part. Yeah. Okay. Never seen the baby move. Bless your heart, because he definitely cries a good amount. The cool thing is, in this carrier, he gets super docile. Like, he is out most of the time. And he'll wake up a little bit to get fed and maybe get a diaper change, and then, like, he's ready to be down again. Babies do not do much moving in general, no. We give him his tummy time, he's rolling over, we're trying to get, he's standing up, you know, if he can hold on to your fingers. We give him plenty of movement time, but during, like, moments when we need some peace, we throw him in the carrier. And it's great. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Baby jail. So this is weird, right? Like, none of these things are getting called. We're simply not hitting that point in the script. Right? That is really bizarre. What would cause a script to just not even call ready? And why are we getting this arrow here? Are these links to documentation? I guess? I've never noticed that before. Okay. If it's being overwritten? I mean, I guess, but by what? Abo Damid, hello. Welcome in over on YouTube. It's good to see you. And the inherited villain. Yeah, but, like, there isn't anything. You know, there isn't another villain script. Like, extends villain. I haven't built that out yet. Like, these exist, but they're not real. They're not like attached to anything yet. Like if I go to v underscore and I go to Omega, say view owners, there's no one. Like that script doesn't get run. Like, right? Isn't that weird? Ohm owns the Ohm script, but Ohm isn't in the game right now. If we go back to our fight, we just have the villain parent here instead of Ohm themselves. Which now that I understand resources, I'm gonna have to restructure all this. Hooray! Great, more refactoring. Are you holding your baby? Nay, Abo, I do not hold my baby. I command his presence to be attached to me. Well, we got ads. He's just in a little carrier here. Yeah, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Ooh. Someone's unhappy about being back. We good? We gonna be chill? Okay. Alright. Good boy. I was wondering if maybe it's the inheritance that's breaking things for whatever reason, because we have our villain that's inherited from the player, and that just felt weird to me in any case. So I went ahead and I cleared the inheritance from that. I'm curious how that's going to affect this. Is it going to make any sort of difference at all? Probably not, it looks like, unfortunately. Let's try this again. Move the breakpoint. And we're not hitting that print global villain name either. Oh, good night. What is your deal, my friend? Huh. What on earth? Do the errors say anything? No, they're more of this like, hey, these nodes don't exist, but like they do because it's getting inherited by other things. I guess we can just go through and start tidying things up. We should probably do that anyways. Parameter delta is never used in the function process. If this is intended, prefix it with an underscore, like underscore delta. Godot, do I look like a fool to you? Is that gonna still be here? Okay. Symbol type is shadowing an already declared variable at line 8. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Where are we using symbol type here? Nowhere. We can delete that variable. Okay. Thanks, Godot. Yeah, I know, Tom, right? This is the level of debugging we're at, where it's just like, I don't know, I guess we'll try this. Throw in our underscores on the deltas that we're not using. Yeah. 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 Value is shadowing an already declared property at the base class range. Okay, so this is like a keyword. So we need to change this. Value change. We'll call it change. I was gonna call it delta, and I was like, nah, that's not gonna work. Integer used when an enum value is expected. When an enum is expected. If this is intended, cast the integer to the enum type. Quoi? Window set mode? What do you do? It's an int. Yeah, you're expecting an int. Sets window mode for the given window to mode. See window mode for possible values and how each mode behaves. 0, 1, 2, 3. There's no floats, there's no nothing. It is just what it is. What are you talking about? Integer used when an enum value is expected. Cast the integer to the enum type. Wants you just to write the constant version? What does that mean? What, like it wants this? It wants these? Ah, boo. Okay. All right. We can do that. Okay. Window mode and then window mode windowed. Not declared in the current scope. Are you sure? What, do they have to be stringed? They have to be strings? You might need window mode. Jeez. Window mode? Display server dot window mode. Okay. Well, there you go. Jeez. Okay. Great. Fixed. Next one. Area is not used. Okay. Standalone expression. This line has no effect. What? What do you mean? You're flipping it. What? What? How could that have no effect? This does have an effect. What? Godot for standalone expression. The line has no effect. I disagree. Probably have equals equals instead of equals. Because, like, it for sure is doing something. Like, it's definitely pitch shifting. If you're calling a function, you need brackets. I mean, pitch shift. What's going on here? Do we need to have 3 arguments passed in? Like, this is another part of the Godot documentation I really struggle to read. Currently you're getting a variable from the object but not doing anything with it. What does audio effect pitch shift do? Adds a pitch shifting audio effect to an audio bus. Sounds like I'm doing something to it, but clearly I'm doing something wrong. There's clearly some way you're supposed to be doing this that I am not understanding. But I could have sworn we were doing pitch shift, like pitch shift was working. And like here, dot flip H. I don't know. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding how this works. Flip H. Never actually changed the. Oh, you have to set flip H to a value. Oh, boo. All right. And then we'll probably, okay, so if we're having to set it to a value, then we'll probably want to do else, and then just repeat this, but false. Okay. Hey, where'd your pacifier go? There we go. Take a nom of that sucker. There you go. There you go. That's a sleepy baby. Okay. So here. What, just adding those parentheses is enough? Okay. So now all we have left are those. Not getting anything in our output. Let's see here. And these have nothing to do with anything that would cause stuff to break like that. So if this is all running, let's delete this. We don't need that line anymore. What about this is causing ready to straight up not get called? Godot for what causes ready to not get called? Because it's not an inherited class anymore, and the thing that we are extending does not have a ready. So it's not like it's getting overwritten. Ready function doesn't call when the script extends. Okay, that sounds like my problem. But yeah, the things that I'm seeing are saying use super, right? But super is not the problem. It's not that I'm trying to call actors ready. It's that this one's ready is not getting called. Add it back into the parent script. What? Add a what? Just an empty ready function into actor? Let's see. Now it's working. What? Why? Okay, let's see if this fixes it. Okay. So that's still not happening. Let's throw a breakpoint back in there. Okay. Yeah, no. It's still not hitting. Yeah, we're not breaking. We're not breaking. Close other tabs, go back into actor. Is that getting run? Is the parents ready? The parents ready is getting run. Okay. Super? I don't know. Yeah, no, we're still not hitting it. What on earth? There's a part of me that's thinking this like whole extension thing is not worth it. Because like the only thing we're really getting from it is the squish squash, which is nice, but like, is that really worth it? Should that just go inside of a resource? Although I guess that's dealing with nodes, so it couldn't go in a resource, but man. Why is ready not getting called at all? Is other stuff in villain script being called? This is getting called, like the variable declarations, but when it gets to the end of the variable declarations, it just skips right on by. It's like it's not recognizing ready as ready, you know? Like this is the level of paranoid I'm at. Like, is it corrupted or something? No. No, we should be getting a print down here. We should be getting a breakpoint. Did you spell it wrong? Well, I just redid it using autocomplete because I had the same question. Is like, is there a typo here? I am blind to. Nor Pole Light. Thank you so much for the follow. It's so good to have you here. Welcome in. Is it intended behavior that ready is only called once in an instance scene? Ready should only be called when added to tree, and all of its children are ready as well. When instancing, init is called instead. Right. We can't super off of that because that doesn't exist. I'm curious about this. Oh, hey. We're running stuff. What? Okay. So when instancing, you use init. And then on the parent, you use ready. Because ready is when all of its children are loaded in. Init is we are initializing this instance. Okay. Okay. Weird. Learning. Great. Great. Love it. You learned something new. Okay. No, but it should be the same? Apparently not, Jack. Apparently not. They're different parents. No. I mean they're going back to the actor, but the actor is the parent, right? And then the villain parent is the child. So the villain is the child of the actor. One's a script parent, one's a node parent. No, they're both scripts. What are you talking about? Neither of these are nodes. Great. Frabjous. Frumptuous. Lovely and great. Okay. So now we have this. So yeah, intention label, intention value, all these things. Okay. Let's delete this. Delete this. We now need to set villain info. Villain info. Dot. Intention label. What was I even changing to? Intention value label. Dot text equals intention value. Ready is called once its node children are ready and added to tree, not script children. That's what I just read, and then I changed it to be in accordance with that, and stuff started working. All right, take care, Tiny Devil. Thanks so much for hanging out. Thank you for sharing your game. I really appreciate that. That was a really good time getting to take a look at that and talk about it with everyone. Appreciate you. Thank you. Have a great family time. Okay. Intention label.text. Right. We need villain info dot. Okay. Are we going to be good? Invalid index. Villain get label. Okay, so where's our resource here? Villain info. Okay. So maybe we need to move this out of the villain. It shouldn't be in the villain. We should just be determining stuff for the villain. The UI needs to go in the UI. And so in our update UI function, we can now add this stuff in. And we have intention value label. Do we have that set up somewhere? My brain's melting. Had too many exams recently. I hear you, Jack. I hear you. Hey, Captain Fubar. Good to see ya. Roguelike is evolving. We are progressively getting things working? Question mark. But yeah, no, things are going very well. Yeah, how are you doing? Junior Dev is definitely assisting today. He's hanging out. Ooh, he's moving now. Don't touch sleeping babies unless you are ready to take care of them. Evolving backwards, I'd say. No, we're moving forward. We just learned about the difference between init and ready. That was helpful. That was great. We need var intention value label as a label. And then we need another one, intention label as a label. And then we have this intention value. So in our villain resource, we need to set, we need to be setting this stuff and sending it back up to a resource. So let's go to our resources. Okay, so we're gonna need a new resource. We're gonna duplicate this, and this is gonna be villain data. And you are going to extend actor resource. No. I don't know why it doesn't open the thing that you just opened. Villain data, or the thing that you just made. Extend actor resource. And your class name is villain resource. Okay. Can't find that? Why not? That's weird, right? It's right there. Actor resource. What? Are we good now? I feel like I broke something and I don't know how. Working is good, working isn't. Oh, shoot. That's weird. Why are you complaining about that? That's not where I would have expected the problem to be. Because, like, sure, we want it to be a resource, but we also want to be extending this, right? And why is that different formatted now? What did I do here? Oh, now it's back. Godot project reload time. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think you were right, Fubar. I think you were right. Great. That's a good time. I'm glad when that's the case. Okay. So, we now need to change this to be intention label. Equals empty. Then we need export var intention value. And then I think we could just nuke these functions. I don't think they're needed. So now we can go back to our fight UI. And instead of doing our villain info being this resource, or rather, we need to change villain info.trez to be based off of a different script, which is going to be our villain data resource. There we go. Question mark. Where's our stuff that we just made in the villain? Yeah, it's right there. So why are these not showing up in the resources? When GD script LSP is having a hissy fit, reload. See, the problem, Fubar, is I'm still inexperienced enough that I'm not totally sure, like, am I doing something wrong? Or is Godot doing something wrong? Usually it's me. Usually I'm the one that, like, I was listening to Foolbox say it. He was like, yeah, it's just so frustrating when you can't even blame Godot because it's just, the code isn't working the way it's supposed to. As if it were this, like, rare occurrence. And I'm like, man, you developers that have stuff figured out, how dare you? You curse of knowledge folks, you. Actor info as actor resource. Okay. I think you need to inspect the resource, not the script. Well, yeah, but it doesn't have it either, which is the weird thing, right? Oh, wait, no, they're right there. Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay. Frumptuous. When in doubt, you can't reload yourself. Ain't that the truth? Okay. Equals villain info dot intention label. Or no, your value. And then intention label dot text, which is gonna be do we have intention? Oh, we do. Equals self dot intention? No, that's not right. Villain, what were you doing? Self dot intention. Okay, let's delete that. Or don't. Jeez. Okay. And we have ad starting in just a second. Let's take a moment, all of us. Let's take a deep breath. Step back. Do our stretches. Do our hand exercises. We'll go into some regularly scheduled, holistic, organic for your own health. Ad breaks, as Bezos intended. We'll be right back. All right. Morning get out of bed stretch. That's a good one. That's a good one. The one you do when you wake up on a Saturday morning after sleeping a good amount, knowing you don't need to be anywhere or do anything. That morning stretch. And like the sun is just coming through the window. Absolutely. I'm really inflexible in every way. I had my daughter, so I was doing some exercises with my daughter this morning. Just morning, routine. And she said, like, Dad, do this exercise. And, like, does, like, a split. I'm like, okay, I can, try. And she's, now put your hands on the ground. Like, sweetie, there's no way. If you want me to keep on moving, I can't do that. Jack. I see your post. I don't know that I can allow it. That one was deserved. There's been a couple of those today. For once. Okay. I need to untangle this spaghetti nightmare mess. Villain parent. How are we determining intention here? We're setting our intention equal to a random value. Oh, why are we setting it equal to 0? Let's at least set it to an empty string so it doesn't, you know. Okay. And if you are attack or block, set your value for, wow, this is so bad. This is really bad. This is bad code. Let's rewrite this. This needs to go away. I do not like this at all. Okay. We're gonna do a match on intention. Whew. Do we have to do case in this? I don't think so, right? So if it is attack, then intention value equals 4. No, this is dumb. Put the list of intentions and values in the resource. So I was wondering about that, right? Why not make it an enum? Intention options, I mean. So yeah, both of you are doing something that I've thought of. Let me bounce this off of you. I thought about doing both of those things. My concern is that every villain is going to have their own sets of these, right? There is probably going to be a generic attack and a generic block, but like the board interference, any buffs or debuffs or anything, those are all probably going to be like really unique stuff. So I mean, I guess we could throw all of that inside of the resource, right? Throw it in an enum in the resource, and then just not use most of them on any fight, but then they're all like accessible if we need them. Maybe that is, now that I'm saying it out loud, it sounds less wacky than it did in my head. I see intention has several data points, can be a resource. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's restructure all this. Refactor number 35. Let's go to our resource here then. Villain data. Well, we're gonna have like all of this, right? Export. Oops. Here. Done. Going mushroom picking. Awesome. Have a great time, Off-Grid. Hope you have a great time. Get some morals for me, you know? Refactor number 35. Off-Grid Game Dev. Yeah, Fubar. Off-Grid Game Dev is exactly what it sounds like on the tin. Dude lives in a van. I think a van? I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong here. In just the middle of nowhere, Skylink internet, solar powered, like, dude is just living. So we have intention, label, and value. And then we have intention. This is really confusing. Let's delete that. Let's see. Let's go back to our actor resource. Do we have like a damage in here? We should. Export. No, we shouldn't, because the damage is going to come from the power for the player. So that's not going to get shared between them. That can go inside the villain data. So at export damage, var damage. equals, and then let's set this up as an array, right? So we'll do like 1, 2, 3, 4 to introduce a certain amount of randomness to it, right? How else would you live off the grid in a house that's not very off the grid? Well, I mean, you can have like a trailer or something, or I mean, you can have a house that's off the grid, absolutely. I'd say make the intention options contain the values you want. Yeah, intention options I think needs to go, to be frank. It needs to be redone. Does it have an icon? Add a texture var. I think I understand what you're saying. As of right now, there's no icon. Oh, shoot. You're not going to let me... You're not going to let me, are you? Wait, what? No, not found. Animated sprite 2D. What are you talking about? It's right there. Yeah, it's just animated sprite. What? Weird. Okay, we'll deal with that in a minute. For UI display, yeah. So as of right now, there's no icon on it. But it's not to say that there couldn't be. It's probably a really good idea. I'm just trying to think, like, how would this work and display? But I think maybe that's something I work out later, because that does feel like a good idea. There should be some sort of graphical, immediate visual understanding, whether it's an icon or a color background or something, right? So intention icon as texture 2D. A list of strings with integers. How do you mean a list of strings with integers, Jack? Do you mean like a two-dimensional array? So I'm trying to think, how do I do this here? I think enum is probably a good call, right? Although I don't know if I've done enums in Godot before. Have I done an enum in this? I have. Okay, that's how we do it. Okay. But we don't... How do I structure this? My brain is breaking. So each intention has a value corresponding with how much it's gonna do. Yeah, so I'm thinking of the way to structure it is instead do this, right? So we have like attack, and really what I'm wanting are like classes. I want subclasses. And I don't know how to do this in Godot. Because if I were in GameMaker, I'd use a struct. I don't quite know what the equivalent is in Godot. Are options bit flags? Can you have more than one? Don't export the enum, rather export the var that holds it. Yes, good call. I can see how that's helpful. And frankly, we don't even want that export. So, okay, so here's my thought process. I want to have a data structure that says like attack, damage equals, right? It would be like, you know, have this stuff in it. And then we'd have variable block. And we would have variable amount equals, or shield, whatever, right? And then we would have board, or spawn bouncer. Let's start with spawn. Spawn bouncer, which is what my 90s childhood would have said about everything, because Spawn was the coolest. And then there's like code to spawn the bouncer, right? Oh, a little one. And then have some sort of like parent thing where now we are saying this and this, right? And that's super pseudocode and gross, but another resource? Make those methods inside that resource? Yeah, I can see that, Fubar. You can't have too many resources. Yeah, that's, I think that's an interesting point, Fubar. I'm trying to think ahead, like, how will that deal over time? So, like, if we're exporting the damage and then referencing the damage in the methods, then that seems to work just fine. And honestly, we could have an export variable for, like, what type of board interference is there, right? And then we just change what we're spawning in with that export. You can't reference a var from the outside. You just read the current enum value and return whatever corresponds to it. So, okay. So if we instead, I like that method idea. So we have func attack. And you get passed in damage. And you will, do, this is where we have one resource that needs to talk to another resource. Because that needs to now talk to the player resource, right? And I don't know if that's kosher or not. Like, can I highly doubt it. Actor. Where's our, resource here? Can I bring this in and then say player info dot HP minus equals damage? Oh, and also I'm coding in the wrong language. Hold on. What is the goal of this resource? No idea what the intention is. Ironic, considering intention is plastered all over it. The goal of this resource is to contain all the data that our bad guys need, right? Oh, you lost your pacifier. Let's try that. So, like, it should have stuff that's unique to them. It's inheriting from this actor resource, which has name, sprite, hit points, block, all the stuff that's shared between a villain and the hero, right? And now we're bringing in unique options for the villain. So it needs to have their their moves, essentially. It really, that's the extent of it. It needs to have what are their options on a turn. Are you referring to constant values in the player class or values that are instance dependent? I think I know what you're asking. They are instance dependent. If you need the player instance, just pass it into a var on instantiating the resource. var player, for example. But then what's the point of the method here, right? Like, if we're having an attack method, okay, so we have our UI, right? And that's updating the UI. We have our villain, and when the villain has their turn, Let's see. Villain turn. There we go. What's all that? We are matching on their intention to then do a thing, right? So we need to say, like, player info dot equals, right? So are you saying, like, pass in the player into the method? I guess, my brain is so twisted right now. And why does this not work? Because this is referring to the instance, right? Get the player info from global. That's what we're doing, right? Because we're getting the player resource. Well, we need their health. So we're just trying to reduce the player's health by the damage. This is a new instance. Okay. Are you sure? Then you're placing the method in the wrong instance. I'm pretty sure, at least. But, like, Fight UI and Actor Parent are already doing this. They're already doing this. They're both looking at the same resource, and they're both interacting with data there. Do I have something working that shouldn't be working? You read the values from the intention resource, and then you calculate the damage. I'm confused. Actor Parent doesn't change data? Actor Parent doesn't, but the things that extend it do. So, like, here, we're saying villain info.gain block in the villain parent. And then that block is read by the UI. Right there, right? That might work then? Oh, come on. You're just gonna give up that easy? Don't tell me I know what I'm doing. I obviously don't. Come on. Some illegal coding going on. So intention has values you need to calculate attack. Not intention, necessarily. We are declaring a range of damage for the villain. And then when they attack, they're going to deal from that damage, right? Damage dot pick random. So we're going to grab a random number from this, and then we will do that, right? Intention value equals a blank. We need that. It won't change values on the intention resource. So this isn't an intention resource necessarily. It's the villain resource. And maybe that's why I'm breaking a little bit. Hey, Than! Good to see you. How are you, friend? How are you, brother? This is the villain resource, which contains information about their intention. Right. Yeah. Oh, goodness. I think you're onto something. I don't know what, but stuff is cooking. That's perfect. You know, I approach my code the same way I do to actually cooking in the kitchen. I kind of throw stuff in the pot, see if it works, and then if it doesn't, you just start over. Yeah. So this is the resource for the entire villain, right? So it needs to have like the encyclopedia of all the moves that the villains can do, and then the individual villain nodes will set what they can and cannot access. If it doesn't, tell the kids that the bad flavor is good for them. That's hilarious. Whoa! Than! Thank you! Jiminy! Thank you so much. Sorry, we're gonna get to that in just a sec. What is defined by attack, player attacking villain, or vice versa? This would be villain attacking player, and that's a fair point because that is something I have really struggled with keeping straight. Let's be really explicit about that, right? Villain attacking player. Tom, thank you for the 100 bits. So, okay, Than, thank you for those 10 gift subs. That's tremendously generous. Thank you so much. What we're doing here at Fox Hollow Games is not building a game. This is like this is filler. This is me trying to learn how to build games, and is not the point of this channel. The point of this channel is helping people get into the games industry. So, in order to be able to do that, we need to have the viewership we need in order to attract the sponsors that we need, so that we can hold the cohorts that we need in order to actually bring people in and pay them a salary so that they can build a game and within 3 to 6 months get mentorship by members in the professional community, and then finish the cohort with a published game on Steam, a low scope published game on Steam. That huge end goal that we have is completely impossible without laying the bedrock. And stuff like that, Than, is exactly what that is doing. Is putting those foundational elements in. Nicholson Morrow with the community sub. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you. We're gonna snooze the ads. We're not gonna add in the middle of this. No, this is the villains. Yeah, this is the villains. Player instance then handles the damage calculation. Man, separation of concerns is so freaking weird to me. Like, this is so dumb. Why can't the villain deal the damage? That makes so much sense in my brain. Does not make sense to set a value, pass that value to the player that then affects its own health. Oh, man. Oh, I'm never going to wrap my head around that. Thank you so much, then. Marvelous. I love it. Oh, my goodness. Okay. So if that's the way that should be handled, then yeah, we should just say, so we have damage options, and then we have export var damage equals 0, and then we set damage equal to damage options dot pick random. And then we don't accept anything here. We just determine what it is, and then the player will say, but then we have to like signal the player to, oh jeez. Now we have to signal the player, hey, you need to like take the damage. This is so dumb. I hate, oh man, so much about object-oriented programming. I'm like, this feels so unnecessarily obtuse. Villain passes a damage value. Player who receives the damage handles how it affects the player with all modifiers. Like, I understand that, but it feels so unnecessarily roundabout. Holy cannoli. I struggle with it. I believe it's the right way. Object-oriented programming, biggest mistake in programming history, in my opinion, Zaft. Just compared to how I did my first game in Construct 2 was so overcomplicating simple stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. Like, I understand there's a reason Godot is all object-oriented programming. Yeah, there's reasons object-oriented programming like exists and is like, you know, has taken over. But just this weird, like, let's restructure how the human brain thinks about things in this really weird way. I don't know. I struggle with it. It's an advancement for the safety of all data involved. Good to see you, programmer Jeff. How you doing? How's OpenGL treating you? Oh my goodness. Okay. So, we are setting a damage. Jeez. Great. Now we need to have a function of villain gains block. And we're gonna have to do the same thing here, aren't we? We're gonna have to do the same thing. But instead of damage, it's gonna be block. Okay. Block. And block options. Again. Block options. It is the simplest implementation of object-oriented programming. No multiple inheritance, no interfaces, no namespaces. You're saying that like it's supposed to convince me that it's good. Doing well, just got back from work, literally just walked in the door sipping coffee. Ah, welcome back. Welcome home, Programmer Jeff. I hope that you're doing well. I hope work was okay. And, my goodness, yeah, get some rest in. Good for you. You did it. You made it through the shift. Well done. You don't need damage options or damage. Why not? Because we want to pick a random value, right? I mean, I guess we could just return. I mean, if we can pass in damage options dot pick random, but I don't know. I don't even know how we do that yet. You're probably right. If there's, you know, once we actually call it in, there's probably some way to just get a random thing from it, but I don't have it. Use a getter on the What do you mean, Fubar? What? Use a getter? What's a getter? What does that mean? I mean, I understand getting and setting variables, but like I've never heard of a getter as a noun. No, sorry. I apologize. The character of Joe is extending a little bit. No, I don't understand what that means. I'm sorry. I wish I did. I meant the export variables. Yeah, no, up here. Oh, you mean you probably only need one of them to be exported? Probably. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess damage probably wouldn't need to be exported, but I mean, I don't see the problem in having it exported, right? It's not going to cause an issue. Okay. Great. Let's do a spawn function. And we're going to do spawn code goes here. We'll need to refer to an exported spawn variable. Actually, no, we can't spawn in. We can't spawn in here because that's affecting the node. That's not data. Shoot. Yeah, because that's going to affect the scene tree. We can't have that in a resource, right? Variables can have methods attached on the definition. Specifically when you set and get the value of a variable. May I share a link? Yeah, absolutely, Fubar. That'd be very helpful. Thank you. Okay, let's take a look at this. There we go. Okay. Browser. Thank you so much for that hype train, everyone. Thank you so much, Than. Thank you, Nicholson. Thank you, Tom, for the bits. Appreciate all of you. Thank you. Put a signal inside the resource and emit when you're doing a thing. Yeah, could. Just feels weird. I don't know. Feels like we have so many signals going all over the place, you know? Maybe that's just normal. I don't know. Sometimes you want a class's member variable to do more than just hold data and actually perform some validation or computation whenever its value changes. Okay, this is sounding helpful. It may also be desired to encapsulate its access in some way. For this, GDScript provides a special syntax to define properties using the set and get keywords after a variable declaration. Yeah, this is all new to me. I have never seen this. Then you can define a code block that will be executed when the variable is accessed or assigned. Whoa, that's crazy. So we have our milliseconds and our seconds as an int. We're getting milliseconds. And then we are setting milliseconds equals value times 1,000. I don't know why you're doing that, but I understand what it's doing, I think. Unlike set, get, and previous Godot. Okay, we're not going to worry about that. Okay, you can put it all in one line. When set or getter is not called, when a variable is initialized, the value of the initializer will be written directly to the variable, including if the on-ready annotation is applied to the variable. Okay. Using the variable's name to set it inside its own setter or to get it inside its own getter will directly access the underlying member, so it won't generate infinite recursion and saves you from explicitly declaring another variable. Okay, so warns when changed, get, return, warns when changed, set value, change.emit value. Okay, this is interesting. All right, take care, Jack. Thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks for the help. I appreciate you. Have a good rest. Okay. This is interesting. This is a lot. This is a lot to soak in. The brain grapes are like perforated. They are slurping down this knowledge juice. I'm not confident in my ability to like execute on it, but let's see. Jeff, in your example, you can use get to return the damage pick. So, okay. If we go back over to here, I can grab the syntax. We do a colon get return or no, this would be on the damage, right? It'd be here. Return damage options dot pick random, right? And then when we set, we would like signal bus dot player takes player damaged dot emit, right? That's kind of the thought, right? Oh, we have to pass in a value? No idea what that signal does. It doesn't exist yet, but the idea is that this would emit a signal saying, hey, the player has been damaged. Player, you now deal with taking the damage. Set value. What does value do, though? Do we, change.emit, and then we pass in, okay, I think I'm getting it. So we would pass itself in, right? And then we send that out with the signal. And then the player can connect to this signal, which would then run the player takes damage script, whatever that is, and it would do it according to that much damage. Don't forget to pass it also to damage. Damage equals value. What? Damage equals value? Isn't that what we're doing up here? Are we not assigning damage to damage options.pickRandom? Is that not what's happening here? If so, then I'm misunderstanding what the get is. When you assign... Are we retrieving in get? I mean, I guess that makes sense, but then I don't know why we're doing that. Like, what are we getting? Because in the Godot documentation, like, there's no assigning happening, right? Like, we're just getting stuff. And then we're not reassigning it. Get returns the value from the damage variable. Set sets the value in the damage variable. No idea why you use damage variable. Okay. I do not understand what's happening here. So we have to say like what? Value equals damage? What are we doing here? Use the damage option for the getter. This is all nonsense. Damage equals value. Wait. But value isn't being set anywhere, is it? What is value? Isn't this just an empty variable? I do not understand get and set. I need to clarify what get and set are doing, apparently. You can define a code block that will be executed when the variable is accessed or assigned. Yeah, Fubar. Exactly. That's what I need to do. I need to understand what are we doing when we are dealing with get and set. Because I thought we were getting a value and then storing it in. But it sounds like that is not the case. We're in ads. We'll be right back. We're going to take a break. We'll be right there. Okay, welcome back. Okay. Before we jump back into this, I need everyone to know that Wilder Myth development has been stopped. They are done with Wildermyth. But even more weirdly, the studio has announced they're not even working on anything right now. I mean, beyond just supporting what they're already doing for Wildermyth of bringing it to new consoles and stuff. But like, they don't have a new game they're working on. That's crazy. Okay. You have to be careful using getters and setters like that, though, because it hides the functionality of the get or set. E.g., if you say x equals 1 and x has a setter that performs a lot of code, you wouldn't necessarily be aware. So if you're damaging the player, you read the damage variable, and that calls the get function that sets it to a random damage option. Okay, so my var equals 20. Assigning a value to the variable will call set value. My variable value equals 20. Assigning a value to the variable will call set value. You can have any code after the set value block, validation of the value, clamping it, converting it, etc. Sets make me upset. So what is value? Is it always value? Is this like a keyword? This is one of my big struggles with programming. When is something like, when is there context attached to something and when is it not? So this could be anything. Value could be anything. Okay. You can rename it. And what is this doing? Hey, Fallon here. Good to see ya. How are you today, sir? So when you do, Cute Miser coming out of hibernation here. So you do damage equals 5. You're effectively calling the set function of damage with an argument of 5. Normally that would assign 5 to damage, but your setter can change that. Okay. So why does this value need to be here? What are we passing? Okay. Hold on. My brain may be making a breakthrough. Maybe not, though. Most likely not. So we probably wouldn't even do that, right? We probably don't even want equals 0 or something, or whatever. Let's leave it in there. And then let's say in this, we are setting damage equal to damage options dot pick random. That is changing the set value, right? That is saying, hey, we are setting this because of this assignment operator. And now we are passing this in as value. So now we are setting the variable equals to value, which is all that assignment operator does. But when you do that, also emit the damage. Is that right? We're just like tagging an extra thing on top of it. I'm loving watching this so much. Your questions make so much sense. Boy, I hope so. And I'm curious why that's interesting for you. Because on assigning a value to a variable, you want to apply some form of change or validation of that value before assigning it. Okay. Yes. Okay. All right. We're getting there. Okay. Programming. Okay. I'm sorry. I can't stop. This is my big struggle. Coming from like the space where like my sole focus was making things make sense to people for over a decade, coming into development space is like, what are you all doing? Like it's the meme of Donald Glover walking in a community with the pizzas and just everything is on fire. Like, what happened in here? I love watching relative beginners mean no disrespect. No disrespect taken. I'm 100% a beginner. Encounter complexity, especially unnecessary complexity. Okay. Great. My brain is accepting that this exists. It is the way that it is happening. It feels weird to me that this doesn't happen automatically, but I can understand why. Because like you were saying, right? I want to clamp the value. I want to modify it in some way. And I don't necessarily want to like set a staging variable for the in-between and run all the calculations on it, right? Like, okay, I can understand that. I'll be honest, I'm only like 2 steps ahead of you in terms of code syntax understanding. It's hard to learn. Well, I appreciate you being here, Q Miser. Thank you for contributing. Getters and setters are a common thing in many languages, or it is used as a pattern to deal with cleaning up values passed to a variable. I can understand. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm getting used to get set as well. Okay, so then get. What is get doing here for us? Is it doing anything? Do we want to just get rid of it? Like, why do I have get there? Because in this example, get will return milliseconds divided by 1,000. Right? My biggest interest in code is also towards communication. My day job is building user interfaces. Hey, Zaft, you and me. Variable thing equals seconds. When you read the variable, get is called. That calls the get part. So this is what's confusing to me. Because when we have this returning a value, right? So let's say I call seconds sometime later in the code, right? Then that is going to return milliseconds divided by 1,000. Seconds is not storing any information in there, right? Seconds does not have anything assigned to it. It's just returning this, but that's not necessarily attached here, right? It is? Variable new variable equals seconds called the get, which will return the milliseconds. In this example, it's not. Okay. I'm correct. Okay. So if we jump over to here, why? This seems unnecessary to me. This seems like I should get rid of it. Because I need to call this, right? In, like, here. And then when I set it, then emit that signal, right? Getters and setters are unnecessary. It's just syntax sugar for having custom methods to access your properties. Okay. You should just return damage, right? I have no idea, Fallon, here. They're a common pattern and a convenience. Okay. You want to set that getter. Instead of returning an array. Okay. Okay. So here's my question. Here's my question. When I say like damage here, right? I'm going to call this get. I am going to get a random option. But then, like, so this line of code is the same thing as this line of code, right? Well, I guess it's not the same, because this is assigning damage to it, and this is just gonna run the get. But if I printed this, they would both produce the same thing, right? Like, if I printed both of those things, they're going to give me the same thing. You're calling the set part on line 18. Right. Yeah. So instead of having an array of options and a damage variable, create a variable and use get to return a random variable, or random value. Damage equals calls set damage. Without the equal calls the get. Right. Yeah. Right. I mean, that's what I said, right? Is that the damage equals damage options dot pick random is not the same thing as damage, because damage equals is setting. But if I just do this, it's going to get the get, right? These two things are synonymous. What is the objective here, Fast Chat? That is a great question. I'm just trying to understand getting and setting. I'm just trying to get, like... Sorry. Let's not use confusing words. I'm just trying to understand, what is this code doing, and when do I, like, use it in different ways? Then you just need a getter on damage option. I don't understand getting the damage, but returning the value that was assigned to it. Getting the damage, not returned. Okay. So, for example, can I do get return damage options dot pick random, and then I can say like to the player to the player, then like then you know, call a signal or something, right? And so when you get it, we... No, that's not going to work, is it? The two prints should be the same. Okay, all right. Thanks, I'm Haiti. The goal, as I say, is to return a damage value, correct? Yes, which is stored in damage option. Yes, we're trying to... I mean, I guess not just return, but we're trying to... Okay, high level. Player needs to take damage. That's the goal. What we're doing in here is, in the bad guy, in the villain, say how much should that damage be? And then let the player know they need to take the damage, right? Right, yeah. Line 9 won't run because it's after the return, right? Yeah. That's why I was like playing with it up here, and then I was like, well, but that doesn't make sense though, because it's not gonna have I mean, I guess I could say like damage equals this, and then emit and then return damage. But then like if we're no, this is dumb. This is dumb. I'm overcomplicating this. And then everyone said, yes, you are. We return the damage options, right? And then like when we are calling this, you know, for like if we're in the villain, right? And we're saying, hey, deal damage. Instead of doing this signal bus thing here, or rather signal bus player damage dot emit of villain info dot damage options, and that will get a random value from that, right? And that will get passed through in the signal. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm kind of getting it. I do think it needs a clarifier though for me. Sorry, that's how it's gonna work for me. I'm okay with range instead of option, but I do think it needs a... Well, range indicates a more... Oh, whatever. Oh, geez, whatever. I'll just hate myself later. Damage. There we go. Okay. So now, we have this, right? We have this whole villain turn function that I think can move into the resource. I think probably a lot of this can move into the villain resource. That method is not needed anymore. Which method? The one in the villain parent or the villain data? Because I could see it going both ways, right? Villain attacks player. I could see it going both ways, couldn't it? Okay. One you explicitly created to pass damage value. Right. Okay. And then that is probably going to be the same thing. And then we're just going to copy this to the block. But that's not going to work because block already exists. Yeah, and that's going to need to be inside of a method. Should I just put it in ready? Is that going to work? This would be init, right? That's not gonna work. No, this is bad. Joe, this is bad. Whatever. Block random. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. But then it feels like we should have the same, like, syntax over here, right? Okay. Blades of Doom! Hello! Welcome in! How are ya? How's my favorite black hole clicker creator? How you doing? Good to see ya. By the way, Fubar, thank you so much for all this work. And everyone in chat, Falonier, Haiti, Fast Chat, Zaft, Cube Miser, all of you folks, thank you for your support and helping out. It is necessary and tremendously helpful. Thank you. New tool in the coding skill box. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to like practice it a bunch of more times before it really sinks in, and I'm like, I just use it without really thinking about it. I can see how it's really valuable though. I can see how it shortens things a lot, right? Hey, Make It So Games. Hello, welcome in. How you doing? Make It So. How's your project going? I don't have... Oh, there we go. Yeah, how's Coconut going? Coconut Head. How's Coconut Head going? Is shortening things valuable considering the complexity? So, Zaf, this is kind of where I feel 90% of programming lives for me right now, which is, heck no, it does not. But I can see how if you're doing this 1,000 times a day for your job, right? I can see why having these shortcuts is valuable. The struggle is when like that becomes the default way. When the shortcut becomes the default, especially for learning, right? That's when it gets really, really difficult for me. And also I can see like reordering things I know can have a really big deal on performance and stuff. So like some of these things may be necessary, but I agree with you that it feels like there should be some on-ramp for people, right? From when they're going in the beginning of learning programming and they're still thinking like a human to now we have progressed. Now we need to start thinking more like a machine and thinking more abstractly and understanding all these implicit rules that are never stated anywhere. How do you communicate all that? I agree. It is a philosophical issue, and I don't think it should be ignored. Like, there's stuff like that all over the place in coding, and it drives me up the wall. Making solid progress on the title screen and saving and loading game files. Nice. You renamed it. Okay. Surprise for now in case I change it again. Okay. Okay. So it is no longer Coconut Head. Name changed. Cool. Putting together a solid vertical slice demo. Maybe we'll play it on stream down. I'd love to make it so. Almost done with your Twitch chat pop-ups. Oh, Falonier, that's super exciting. Congrats. Super congrats. Yeah, that's a huge deal. I know you've been working hard. I've been seeing your chats in the Game Dev Streamer Guild and everything. Share gifts later. Yeah, I'd love that. Fast chat. GMS, do you mean GameMaker Studio? Is that what we're referring to here? GameMaker Studio? And if so, who are you referring to? For the editor. Yeah, are you asking Make It So Games? If they're building it in GameMaker Studio, or I think I lost the thread a little bit. Line 12 needs updating. Block art. Yes. Yep. You're absolutely right. Thank you. Okay. And then I still need to like figure out what to do with that. Okay. Let's throw all of our intention stuff together. You are using GameMaker. Oh, nice. Make it so. I think I have that written down. Wait, no, yes, I do. Yes. /2024. I'm just updating my spreadsheet, working on vertical slice demo. Am I building this game in GameMaker Studio? Yeah, this is Godot. Fast chat. Yeah, this is Godot. I was gonna say, look, there's a little Godot icon right there, but you can't actually see that because that's a part of the window and not the like thing that's getting captured. But yeah, this is Godot. I have used GameMaker Studio though. This is where I started. GameMaker Studio is where I started getting into game dev. I started back in November. You can go back to some of those early streams in November. I streamed from day one of like, okay, I'm gonna do this. And like I'm in this little tiny circle and the quality is horrible because the lighting was really bad and all this sort of stuff. So you can go follow along my whole journey of learning GameMaker. And boy, maybe we should do that someday. That'd be a fun like channel community reward of like, let's go back and roast my old streams and watch me learning programming. That was my first real game engine. I started with OBS. What? OBS isn't like open broadcast software, like the streaming thing? Like you were coding for OBS? Okay. I'm thinking this might be unnecessary now. This big array of all the options that the bad guys can take. That might not... Well, because we do need to like broadcast the intention. So we do need to have some sort of collection, right? And I don't want to store them as strings, but... I don't know, maybe we have to. But we do need to do attack, right? Block. Or interfere, and then buff and debuff. I think those are going to be the 5 principal options. As long as like heal counts as buff, which it probably shouldn't. Oh, but could you have a buff and a heal together? Maybe they should be grouped together. Why would you subject yourself to doing something like that? I had 180 sources in a scene with some logic to manipulate them. It was my first game. Wow, Falonier, that's crazy. Also makes sense that you're building stuff like for Twitch instead of like... I was gonna say instead of like a real game. That's an obtuse way to say that. But like you create games using systems that accomplish different things than normal. That's a fascinating background. It makes sense, that connection. It's really interesting. New to Godot, so Godot comes with its own editor. It does, Fast Chat. It does have its own. This is GD Script. This is what it's called, GD Script. It works very well. If you get really into programming, people will say you need to like migrate to C# and use it in a different editor. I am not anywhere close to where that's going to matter. So I just use GD Script and I enjoy it. I can do everything that I need to in it. I'm way down here. C# people are like way up here. I've got 3 mountains to climb before that's ever going to matter to me. I'll show the highlight in the Discord. I'd love to see that, Falonier. That'd be fascinating. The editor itself is quite weak. I mean, I hear people say that. I don't know why. Maybe it's a matter of like I've just never experienced anything else. C# is a nice language. Yeah. Okay. Looks like JavaScript to me, but syntax is different. I program in C#, Java, and JavaScript. Well, there you go. Yeah, I've done a very limited amount of JavaScript in my time. I did some front-end web dev at the start of my career, and back when like Node was kind of starting to become a thing. And then I kind of transitioned out and went more fully into design. GD Script is Python flavored. Yeah, I think that's fair. Posted it in Inspiration. Let me take a look. Oh, it's even a stream clip. Whoa. Hold on. Before ads kick in, look at this. This was made in OBS? You mad lad. 2021. Wow. This was Falconeer Fantasy?
We've got Counter-Strike. We're playing CSGO.
So, like, integrated from... Wait, hold on. Did you port this over to Godot? Is that what this is?
Excuse me.
Wow. Don't undersell yourself. Most C# bypass the engine learning experience, rather implement everything themselves and bypass tons of Godot features. I use a GD script users. Yeah, I mean, I think that's very fair, Captain Fubar. I'm not upset about this learning curve at all. I think it's very good. This was the alpha. That's crazy. Had to rebuild it from scratch for Godot. Wow. That's insane. And we're in ads. I'm going to let this roll for the ads because this is fascinating. We'll be right back.
Oh my god. Get him, Jazz. This bomb he's going off. Holy cow. Alright, Jazz, your turn. Can you do 5 damage with the Lancet? Very nice. Jazz is hitting level 22, doing 1200 damage. Malachi with 760. Very, very nice. So now that we've got this set up again, I can have the exclamation mark class, where you did exclamation mark Dragoon, Malachi, you did exclamation mark Monk. I can have those sent to y'all as Whisper so they don't clog the chat. Also, the Dragoon information needs to be updated. So, I'll get the class info updated, and then, oh, excuse me. I'll get the class info updated. Y'all can go either direction. It's a big circle. You can get there either way. But the class info and stuff, I'll update it, and then when you do that command, it'll send you a whisper on Twitch. I want to go hubward. Yes, please go hubward. But yeah, it's just a big circle. You can get there either direction. What I do want to do, though, is...
All right, we're back. Oh my goodness. Most code control structures. Yeah, I mean, that's largely what I've heard. I have programmed a little bit in, like, C++. That was my first programming language that I learned, C++. So I've dallied with pointers. I've done the dance that knows no forgiveness. Let's jump back into this. Whew. What are my notifications saying here? Oh, Retromation has a new video. Stop everything tagging, please. Please. Won't somebody please think of the notifications? Okay. Thanks for taking a look at it. Absolutely. Falconeer, thank you for showing. I can't believe you built a game through OBS. I literally did not know that was possible. That's so crazy to me. My gosh. Outrageous, man. Outrageous. And then the fact that you brought that over to Godot and you're working on it right now, that's crazy. My heavens. Mothman, you got it. Thank you. Okay. Right on. What are we doing? we just did all this get stuff. Right, we're trying to figure out what we do here with the intention options. How do we gather this all together? The really annoying thing we could do is have every enemy have one of these. That feels dumb, though. Because, like, early on, like, the first fight, we're probably only going to want attack and block. Do we, though? I don't know. Maybe we do want everything to have one of these. Maybe we do want every villain to have one of these, because we talk a lot in roguelikes about the kind of... The problem that exists when the beginning of the game is tremendously boring on your 5th run, right? 5th run and up. So maybe it would be worth keeping that in there and spice it up a little bit at the beginning. How is that information used intention option? That's a great question. So the idea is it is going to be determining what the villain does on their turn, and it's going to be feeding the correct information to the UI in here. So it's gonna show up here on top of this timer, which once again, don't pay attention to the formatting and colors and everything. That's all, just placeholder. But the intention will show up here, and it will determine what the villain does on their turn. You want every villain to have a list of pairs of intention plus % chance to pick that intention. Maybe. I hadn't thought about, like, weighting them. But it probably wouldn't be a bad idea. So you don't get, like, 5 turns in a row where they're just doing the same debuff over and over again, and that's not even really doing anything. It's probably a good idea. Should probably do that. As well as some amount of protection of, like, don't do the same thing 2 turns in a row. How do you calculate the intention option? Is it dependent on other values? Not right now. It's just a random option right now, but we're talking about it, and it probably shouldn't just be random. Not only for that, also because then you could have aggro or defensive enemies by just changing a %. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Zaft. So, like, if we have just a bunch of thugs, mooks that you're supposed to mow down, they're probably just going to run in and attack. But if we have, Defiant here, well, he's going to be focusing more on defense and buffs, debuffs, that sort of a thing. He's going to be a lot more control-oriented. But the mooks are just going to be, run in one at a time and get punched. So, yeah, that's a good point. We should be able to weight them. What are my data structures that would allow me to actually do that? Legally distinct Cyclops. You want to basically add a chance value to adjust that option. Yeah. It's a dictionary for that. Okay, I have heard about dictionaries and lists. I have yet to use them. Let me look this up here. Let me pull up the documentation. Let me be a good boy and actually get the documentation up. Okay. Dictionaries. Oops. Dictionaries are associative containers. I can guess what that means. That contain values referenced by unique keys. Dictionaries will preserve the insertion order when adding new entries. In other programming languages, this data structure is often referred to as a hash map or an associative array. You can define a dictionary by placing a comma-separated list of key value pairs inside curly braces. This is like a struct. Okay. Great. Lovely. Perfect. Thank you, Fubar. Yeah, okay, that's making perfect sense. One Boxy Llama. Hello, welcome in. Good to see you. To you, too. How you doing today? Okay. So yeah, it looks like it's this, right? Now the question is, if I'm wanting to put this in the resource and I want to modify it, do I have to overwrite the whole thing, or can I just say like points dict dot white? Ah, you reference it like an array. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. It's a struct, except you can add more stuff to it. Okay, cool. I'm getting a rough mental model of what this thing is now. Okay. You can edit each key value individually in the inspector. Oh, this is it. It'll export them. Okay. Let me jump back into this here real quick. Actually, let me shrink Godot so we're looking at the same documentation. Equals curly braces. Okay. So instead of this, okay, so how many times can I say the same thing? So you're basically declaring it like as an array, right? Because we got the brackets for the array and the curly braces for the dictionary. Okay, so this as 20, and we'll just leave everything as an even split to start off with as our default values. Points dict at white. Okay, yeah. Found here. Thank you. Referenced by key value. Okay. Dictionaries are pretty strong, so versatile. I've heard people discuss them all the time. I didn't know Merriam-Webster was like. I was thinking, what good does dictionary.com have to do with this? Now I understand. You can use the same technique with a getter. Oh, jeez. So in get here we can declare this, right? Use randf to calculate the chance. Oh my goodness. Godot has a built-in weighted random now. Randf would work with values between 0 and 1. You're saying the values should be strings too, Fast Chat? Okay. Godot weighted random. We have the randomize method, getting a random number, random array element, random dictionary value. That sounds like what we're looking for. Get a random dictionary value. So we're setting, oh, I just sounded like a doggy right there. Oh, that's how cool that is. Can be number or strings. I showed strings. Okay. So we can say, shut the front door. Okay. What is this madness? What is all this ridiculousness? Okay. So we can do attack and then double dictionary and say, shut the front door. Damage is 1, 2, 3, 4. And then odds are 20. And then comma, right? And that's like a valid dictionary line. Physical, magical, etc. Yeah, okay. This is crazy pants. Can we then also do a get? Can we copy this and put it in there? Is my question. He's gone mad with his coding skills. When you see me tomorrow, beard's gonna be out to here, pure white, big long hat on with stars all around it. I'll be saying, the great conjunction is coming. The dictionary whispered to me at night. I don't see why you can't do a get set. So, how would that syntactically work? Is it just this? Return damage dot pick random? Like, that doesn't seem like it should work, right? Let's check our Oh my goodness. Okay. It would probably be a get set on the dictionary. Okay. I don't know how to do it the way you're trying. Yeah. So I specifically meant this. Let's check this out. Rand weighted. Returns a random index with non-uniform weights. Prints an error and returns -1 if the array is empty. So we have an array and weights, and then we RNG equals random number generator dot new. Okay. My array equals 1, 2, 3, 4, weights equals that. And then we print RNG, which is our random number generator, dot rand weighted. Dot rand weighted. Weights. Holy cow, that's complex. Jeez. Okay. So of this array, you are going to pick a value in that array weighted according to this. Remember, the more complex each line of code is, the harder it becomes to maintain. Very true, Fass. Very, 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 very true. I just read the docs. It's just using randf as I explained it. Well, this is one, yeah. It does the math for you, basically. Okay. I'm sure there's a way to do it the way you're trying, but I can't offer anything. Well, Jiminy Christmas. Get on a dictionary. Godot. See, and this is the problem now, because get makes sense as a term, but it's also how people colloquially discuss just accessing the variable. So if you're trying to look up information on getting something, you are either going to get what you're looking for, or people just discussing trying to find the variable, right? Set get with dictionary values. That sounds helpful. Okay. Pokin Porta. Hello. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. How are you today? Hola, Fox. ¿Cómo estás? Estoy muy bien. Gracias, Pokin Porta. ¿Cómo te va usted? ¿Cómo le va usted? Try using getter/setter when searching. Yeah, Tiny Devil. Yeah. If you want to add one value with a key. Muy bien, que bello acento. Oh, bueno, gracias. Yo vivía en Michoacán y Guadalajara por 2 años. I lived in Michoacán and Guadalajara for 2 years. So, por allá aprendí. I learned over there. Yeah, Guadalajara class. Yeah, Tapatíos. I was in Uruapan, in Zamora, La Piedad, and southeastern parts of Guadalajara. Yeah. Okay. So I'm seeing that if you do have a getter setter on a dictionary, it is going to be applying to like the entire dictionary, right? Which may not be a problem because this is our dictionary, right? We offer a lot of advice, backseat programming, but you need to decide which to use and stick with it. Yeah, well, and I'm appreciating kind of learning a new route to take to just expand my knowledge, because that's the big thing that I'm missing right now is just I need knowledge. I need to soak it in, and then I need to apply it. So that's what we're looking for. Pokin Portal, we are making can't run it right now, unfortunately. But it is it's not a fighting game, although it kind of looks like a fighting game. The idea is you have your different powers, and you have to click on dots that are falling down from the sky, in order of the power in order to do it. So like Brawl will deal 1 damage. In order to do Brawl, you have to click on red, red, blue, while these things are falling down and all sorts of things are trying to make it hard for you to click on them. So it's a roguelike. You have 30 seconds on your turn to do as many powers as you can, and then the enemy takes their turn, and then it goes back to you. That's the kind of basic idea. All right. Oh, I like the full body shot. Bloop, bloop, bloop. All right. Kind of a puzzle fighting game. I mean, I can understand why people come away with that, because it can kind of feel kind of puzzle fightery, right? I describe it more as a dexterity game. But yeah, still at it, I see. Yes, sir, Alex. Absolutely, we're cruising. We're cruising. We're going to be going for like another hour and a half today, actually. So we're moving. Okay. So like, this is rad. I'd like to keep this because it makes a lot of sense to my brain. Now that I kind of understand what the syntax is doing, it's pretty cool. Fast Chat, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you. It's unusual. How come? My wife and I are trying out a different schedule just for today. We're going to see if we stick with it. But the idea is trying to get me some more extended work hours. Because I work crazy hours, but like very little of it is sequential, right? It's kind of like picked up here and there when we're not dealing with kids. So we're kind of experimenting with something. If it ends up going well, we'll be continuing this moving forward. We'll probably be having a lot more longer streams, and I'll be doing more stuff than just game development and analysis on the stream. I'll also be doing, other biz dev related stuff on the stream too. So you can't add individual gets to individual values in a dictionary, One Boxy Llama says, but you can use the dictionary in your get for another variable if you wanted a variable that is a shortcut to access or use values in the dictionary, though most would just use a get method. Okay. Let me parse through that. The first part I understood, because I was reading that as well, that you can't use get set on individual values in a dictionary. You can use the dictionary in your get for another so if I wanted to say like damage, and this is now intention options, which should probably be changed, to be honest. Dot or it would be what? Attack? And then that would also be referencing damage? Like, it would be something like that, right? Obviously, I'm not calling it correctly, but, like, that kind of an idea. Is that what you're saying? Is you would create a shortcut variable so you're not typing out this big, long accessor thing. If it doesn't impact your life anymore than your usual schedule, then why not? Yeah, and that's what we're kind of exploring, because it will impact my wife's work schedule. It will. It will be a lifestyle change. So we're kind of seeing, is that worth it for us? Do we want to do that? Because it would actively be her sacrificing quite a lot. So we're just trying to find out what's going to work for the family for the next little bit. Not going to be a permanent thing, but like, what can we do? And Zaf, you're totally cool. So the get for damage R, for example, can access the dictionary. Yeah, okay. So it'd be like, return, or damage equals 0 on get, return that, right? So it would be, what, this? But, I mean, that's for an array, right? So that's not how that works, but dictionaries can use dot reference. Oh, interesting. Okay. Dictionaries can use... Okay, so I don't have to use the string then? Because I kind of hate using the strings. It just feels very wibbly-wobbly. Dot damage And then if we're using dot notation, then heck, let's just do this, right? Attack, block, interference, buff, debuff. So we can do that. And this, do we leave it as intention options? It feels like it needs to get renamed. Dot. And then we could do pick random, right? If it's ever too much, please just tell us to shut up. I believe the others feel the same. No, and I know all the advice here is being offered in the best of spirits, right? And I receive that. It's great. I know I get a little frustrated at times, but it's frustration with learning, not with any of you guys. I deeply appreciate your support and input and value. It is, I mean, it really is necessary. So thank you to all of you. Interesting one box element. Okay, so there's this, and then there's what? You don't have to. Dot should work. Okay. So you could also do attack and then damage. Okay. I can see that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so those two are synonymous. They're the same thing. Two ways to get the same data. Okay. Okay, hold on, little guy. You lost your passy. I know. It's panic time. Okay, cool. I am learning so much today. This is crazy. This is wild. Very often dictionaries are used with brackets because the keys you read from them tend to also be dynamic. Ooh, that may be a few levels beyond where I can understand, Zaft. Very often dictionaries are used with brackets because the keys you read from them tend to also be dynamic. The keys, these things that you read from them are also dynamic. And in those cases, you must use that. Interesting. So, like, the key can change its value, and not the value, but the name of the key can change. So, like, dot attack would not work anymore. It would be like, it would have to be something else, right? Like my dictionary at my variable. Okay. Interesting. Man. Just straight up all the time, all day. This is great. This is fantastic. Okay. So we can now copy this and paste it. You are now, block value. Value. Let's change these to be consistent. So it's not damage, it's value. So it's an attack value and a block value. Oh, and you know what? We got ads starting in just like a minute and a half. I'm gonna shortcut that, get this guy some food, get him a little squared away, and we'll be right back. And that means another minute and a half where we don't have ads after. So thank you so much for hanging out, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here with you. My brain grapes are ingrandulating on the cromulent scale. It's great to have you here. We're gonna jump into ads. We'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. Welcome. Ooh, great camera. There we go. To expand on Zaftnotameni. On the big Z, my most common use of dynamic keys is when I use nodes as keys. Oh. Interesting. Okay. So, and when we're saying dynamic keys, I'm assuming, by the way, thank you so much, Oakless. Appreciate you. Welcome on in. Good to see you. I'm assuming what you mean by dynamic keys is... Nope, I'm going to have to draw it out. Okay. But this is important for me to learn, to like know that like, hey, this is an option that's out there. Let me bring up this. So when we say dynamic keys, we've got our dictionary, right? So var dictionary. And then it's just kind of like this empty thing, right? And then at runtime, we grab like the scene tree. And then we shove it into there. And so we cannot say dictionary.node. And then we have to say dictionary at node, right? Is that kind of the right idea? Oh, wait, hold on. You couldn't see that whole thing down there. So this does not work with it because this thing does not exist yet. Is that right? Oh dear, Figma totally broke. Oh, interesting. Okay. Come on, Figma. So it wouldn't be this then. It would be this. Yeah? If the node moves in the tree, it might get renamed. Oh, okay. So then... So then you'd also want to do like a var node equals $sign node. And then use that, right? I mean, I guess you could. That's not going to solve the problem of it getting moved and then being a different name necessarily. This thing alone might be a complete Turing machine. Oh, man. Yeah, no. I think we've maybe learned enough for today. Let's move to the practical application section of this course. No, this is all fascinating. Super interesting. I had no clue about any of this. None of it at all. So the fact that we're diving into all that is just really interesting. I can feel I've leveled up quite a lot as a developer since starting this stream. So thank you all. Does get a bit niche based on your use case. Okay, sure. I can see that. Okay. So now we can do intention options dot block dot value dot pick random. Okay. And then interfere. Can copy and paste. And instead of a value, we're going to have like a object. Or type. Type makes more sense. Because it may not be a physical object that spawns like on the board. Because right now we have it where it's like this bouncy peg, right? So it's something that lands, the balls will fall and bounce off of and cause chaos, right? But it might not be that. We may go at some point and take inspiration from Osu and be like, okay, now there's like these numbered things you have to click on before you can click on other things and all that sort of stuff, right? So we want to be a little bit more broad in our language. So what should type be? It should be ooh, gosh, how do we structure this? Because originally I was thinking, yeah, we'll just like point it towards a scene, right? We'll just grab our obstructions, whatever they are, and that will work just fine. We'll just bring in Bouncy Peg, right? But I don't think that that's gonna cut it. If it's gonna be a well, maybe. The thing is, this is creating an object instead of behaviorally changing things, right? So if I want it to be like the board interference is now affecting how the symbols behave, then I feel like this doesn't work. But maybe we just don't do that. Maybe just the thing that, maybe it's just always spawning something in. Interfering is spawning something in. And then that makes sense. Now, buff is another one that is going to have this problem of like, this feels like it needs to be its own method, right? Because the buff could be different. It could be, I gain strength and now I hit harder. Or it could be, I gain armor, now I block for more. It could be, I'm going to attack more often. It could be, you know, any number of things. You should say interfere has an action that is a callable. What do you mean by a callable? That's another space I'm unfamiliar with. I guess we could just set it to 1, and then we could have these different function of buff types, right? So we could have like function strength, villain gain strength, and you take in I guess nothing, and then it's like we could store it like this, and plus equals 1, and then export strength. Well, I guess we probably wouldn't even need an export on that, would we? Strength equals 0, and then plus strength, right? We just return our attack damage plus strength, and now we have built out strength buff. Strength plus equals, no wait, intention options dot buff dot value, right? Yeah. Okay. A variable that acts like a method. So like the getter setter stuff. Callable is a lambda. Maybe you know by this. I've heard the name lambda thrown around. I'm familiar with it from a physics standpoint, but not from a programming point. Signals take callable as a parameter when you connect. Okay. Basically, here's an arbitrary piece of code that you can execute later. So it's like getting and setting, right? Like that's a lambda. Is that kind of appropriate? Okay. Rootitude, ratitude, smooglitude, libertude. And then we copy this, right? Debuff value 1, odds 20. And then what would a debuff be? Like hero loses strength. And then we do I need to think about that one for a second. Not quite the same. Okay. Variable x equals function. Mycene.addChild evil villain number. X is a callable. Okay. So why? That just seems like a function. Like, why are we storing it in a variable? Because you can pass x around. Okay, I see what you're saying. So you can pass in a function into, like, pass in a method into another method, right? Or store it in a dictionary. Okay. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Okay. Are regular functions also callable in GD script? It sounds like no, right? Like, villain gain strength, could I store that as a thing here? Like, could I do that? Well, it's not yelling at me, so maybe. The method name without the parentheses is the callable. Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you, Boxy Llama. They have syntax sugar for that, yes. Okay. Huh. Man, fascinating. So callable is basically an interface that all functions and lambdas implement. Callable is basically an interface that all functions or lambdas. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Man. This is outrageous. This is a whole new world here. My goodness. It's an interesting way of putting it in a language with no interfaces. Yeah, using the term interface loosely here. Yeah, exactly. In C# it means something specific. Okay, fair. Fair. Okay. Cool. Callable is roughly action in C#. Oh, interesting. By the way, I just want to point out to everyone, thank you for being here. We're actually on the second row of the software and game dev category, which is crazy. That's outrageous. Thank you all for your presence. Thank you all for being here. The chatters, the lurkers, the uncomfortable silencers. Thank you to all of you. To think that this silly little charitable enterprise where we're learning and everything is getting to that point is a very outrageous thing. Thank you, Mothman. Appreciate you. Gotta refill that. Okay. That's pretty good so far. Yeah, absolutely. We got a long ways to go, but, you know, wasn't too long ago there were 0 people watching. And, you know, I always feel very inferior to, like, the Adam C. Eunices and everything, right? These people that are incredible developers, incredible artists, and they're going through and just constantly churning out wildly high value stuff. So to think that someone who doesn't know what they're doing could find a place with so many people trying to do something good, that's very encouraging to me. Just about humanity in general. So thank you all. They're one of my favorite streams. I love the positivity. Oh, thank you, Molluskio. Likewise. Your attitude is quite something. Well, you know, thank you, Zaft. I appreciate that. Yeah, because, I mean, the way that I look at it is this isn't about me learning. It's about providing a space for people to learn, right? And so if I can't be vulnerable and be up here and learn and grow, then like how is like Blades of Doom gonna learn, right? How are these people that have like full-time jobs and distressing family circumstances and not that Blades has that, but you know, really difficult things in their lives going on, how are they ever gonna try and make a transition from something that is just draining their soul? Like my grandpa, bless his heart, I never got to meet him because he worked in a steel mill. And he died in that steel mill a year before I was born. He hated working there. And he died trying to save someone whose car got stuck on a railroad track in the steel mill. He was trying to get him out, didn't get out in time, died. He went every day to that job to provide for his family, and he hated every minute of it. And I don't think people should have to do that. I think if they want to spend the time and spend the effort and make something happen, in our globalized world with the internet, there's no reason why they shouldn't be able to do that. So that's kind of a core drive for a lot of this. I'm selfishly entertained. This is quite a refresher on my day. I'm glad, Zaft. I'm glad. So, you know, people deserve a space they can go to change their lives. That's what we're doing here. That's what we're trying to do, at least. Hope we're doing it. Okay, so debuffs. These are innately going to be affecting the enemy player, right? I guess we can say, like, sap, right? Plus equals intention options value. And then when we're, like, calculating damage, we can just subtract the sap from it, right? Sap equals 0. I'm gonna take that out. Put these up next to each other. This is how it's gonna make sense in my brain. So we've got all of these variable declarations, and then we have our methods. Just add a little bit of space there. Okay, so we have our intention stuff. We have our damage and our block values. We have our strength and our sap, which are the beginning of our buff and debuff values. Rad. This is Siculacious. Oops. Man, are we done here? Did we do it? We need to plug this all into the villain parent. This whole thing is going to need to get 100% reworked. Oh my goodness. So we delete all that. We, match on intention. Now we need to do villain info dot intention. Are we using intention, label, or value? I don't think we're using label or value anymore, right? Those have been completely overwritten. So intention options. Have they been completely overwritten? Ah, ha, ha. We need to do the intention generation here in the resource. Okay, so this stuff, all that needs to get pulled out and pulled into villain data. So this needs to go inside of a function to determine what the person's actually going to do on their turn. So func intention set, and then this. And this is not going to work at all. It needs to be reworked, but I'm just pulling that out of here because this was what was doing it before. So, in intention, match on intention options. This is where we would want the get, right? And we want to return a random option. So can I just do that? Get and then return intention options, and then this is where the weighted randomness comes in, right? So we have rand weighted, and then we also have getting a random dictionary value. So we randomize the seed for I in range 20, print get metal, function get metal, random metal equals metals.values, random I mod metals.set. Okay, interesting. I think this is where, yeah, I think we'll use the, but we need this packed float 32 array though. So maybe that's not gonna work. Maybe we are gonna have to do it like this. Okay. Metals dot values, which I'm assuming is a built-in thing. Randi mod. They're doing it metals dot size. Metals dot size. Boy, I don't know what size is doing. Weighted random probability. Ah, randf. Okay, here we go. For I in range 100, get item rarity. So we have a random float. And if it's less than 0.8, do this. Greater than... Okay. All right. Well, sure. What's this on the right? It looks very useful. Lime Blossom... what? This documentation here? Oh, this is not built into Godot. This is OBS magic. So Godot's over here, and then Chrome is up here. Right there. So that's Chrome. That's Godot. Yeah. I wish. That would be cool to have like a panel built out for the documentation. That'd be rad. Instead of having to like jump between different things. Yeah, I'd be down for that. How you doing, Lime? I have not I have neglected, but I have not forgotten about Chill Seekers. I am still planning on getting to the end of those levels. We may do that on stream tomorrow morning. No promises, I don't know, but it's on my list. We're going to be getting to it. Do you have a deadline when you need all those tests done by? It'd be amazing if you could click on something in code and it'd send you to... Lime. Control, click. So first off, control click will take you to the origin of whatever, like, declaration it is. But then if you go to... if I can find something. There we go. Animate Sprite 2D. Now here's all the documentation on animated Sprite 2D. Pretty cool, huh? So there definitely is stuff like that. If we do create tween. Look, we're in create tween now. Pretty cool. If you use an external editor, the script view can be dedicated to the docs. That's my supposition. I could definitely see that, Zaft, yeah. And that's like the first thing that I've heard that I can contextualize and say like, oh, now I understand why why people might do this. I'm sure there's a billion other reasons, but that's the first one I've heard where I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. Okay. Right, we were looking up the weighted random probability. Right, and they're just saying weight it between 0 and 1. Oh, man, I don't want to have to, like, cascade these up. I'd love to just have it do that for me, but maybe that's not an option. I mean, I guess I could theoretically make a new packed array out of the odds of each of these and then run it. That's a little strange, but like we could, I guess, right? Yeah, we could. Okay. If you could finish Chill Seekers within the next 7 days, that'd be time there. Okay. Lime, we'll try and get to it tomorrow. We'll try and get to that. You would do that, Zaft? Okay. Feels a little weird to me, but I mean, I'm way outside of my comfort zone today, which is good. That means I'm learning. So, variable weights. This is going to have to happen outside of the match. Variable weights equals Packed. Float 32. Of an array of intention options dot attack dot odds. And then this, but block. Then, oops, that again, Alt Z. Interfere. And then buff. And I know I got an error here. I know I've got that extra bracket in there. Debuff. Okay. And then you. We cool? All right. And then, jeez, this syntax is insanity. I'm copying it in so I can have it in one place. Probably far from being the best in performance, but the most clear in my opinion. Math makes it hard to read later. Yeah, sure, that's fair. It's very fair. So we're making this array. I mean, it's only gonna happen once. It's not like we're doing this hundreds of times on the screen. Like I don't think we need to worry too much about performance here, right? The area where I think we're going to need to worry about performance is in that symbol spawning and bouncing and all those physics interactions and stuff. And we'll cross that bridge if and when we come to it. So, So how do we do this? Because this is saying my array, which is this, at this amount. But we don't have an array, we have a dictionary. Can I do the same thing? So let's make a new random number generator. Intention options dot keys. Intention options dot keys? Ooh, what is this? Dot keys. What are you? Returns the list. Well, okay. Returns the list of keys in the dictionary, and it returns it as an array. There we go. Okay. Very cool. Thank you. I was going to come up with some weird workaround, and that just exists. Great. Thank you. It's another big problem I have with programming is it's completely invisible if you don't already know what you're looking for. Cool. Appreciate you, Zach. So that at the index of RNG dot rand weighted of weights. Yeah. Theoretically, that's getting us a randomly weighted intention. And we have ads starting up. We're going to pause. We'll be right back. We'll keep on going with this. Villain work today. That gives you a key. No, it doesn't. It gives you an array of keys. Returns a list of keys. I think I see what you're saying. That this will return us a key. It will return attack, block, interfere, buff, debuff, right? And then we have to do a match on it, right? Yeah, I think I'm with you. All right, we'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. Ooh, and the camera gave out. Sweet. Okay. So now we got to do our match. Match. Whoops. Hey, lost this. We good? Good. You gonna let me keep working? Okay, cool. Hydrate, Ameripon, you got it. Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good to see you, Ameripon, by the way. How you doing? I guess we could just match on that, right? Should we match on that, or should we like store it as something? In fact, we're doing this get. This is what we need to be doing up here, right? This is what we need to be returning. So we need to match intention options. And then we're good to go, right? Work is slow but steady. Sounds good, man. Sounds good. Wishing you the best. Okay. Should we try standing again? Let's try standing. Okay. So. Now we are matching on intention options, which, in the get, will return a random intention option. I'm a little concerned about this RNG maybe breaking things, being declared down here. I don't know if we need to declare this. Why don't we just put it up top, just to, like... Oh, and weights too, though. Okay. Quick question about Game Dev. How come you always have such cool hair? You got me, Tom. You got me. Do I have such cool hair? I don't know. My wife cuts it. Maybe that's the problem. I love your hair. I don't know. Well, thank you, Tom. What a positive stream today has been. Y'all are just being so nice. It's all the hats. Yeah, you know, it's trying to put on a show so that people don't want to cover it up. Saying, look how beautiful I am. Okay, hold on. All right, I think you need milk. I think you're ready for some more food. Should we do some more food? I think you need some hydration. Yeah, there we go. That's good. All right, you know, holding my hand. Okay. Well, I'm not programming now. He's holding my hand. I can't tear it away from him. He wins. Sorry. Okay, we good. We okay. All right. I'm gonna trust that this is gonna be okay, because even though these aren't declared right now, as long as we're not referring to intention options. Ooh, is this gonna be a problem? Ooh, wait, hold on. When we do this, is it going to put this in here? You have to move everything up. Okay. Okay. Let's do those first. Oh dear. I guess we don't need to put them there. We can put them here, right? This is maybe where I start worrying about performance, knowing nothing about performance. Because we're going to be like making all these new random number generators and everything every time we access it, right? That seems kind of bogus. But I mean, yeah, so if we specify which thing we want from it, will it still call this get, or will it be cool? move that up, make it a little bit more visible. Rather, make the get more visible. Okay. So match on intention options. That's going to get us the key. It will call the get, and yes, damage is now broken. Perfect. So it will call the get. Son of a biscuit. So I can't have it both ways then. I can't have this give me a random thing and have this give me a random... Like, I can't have this give me a random thing on get, right? That's gonna, like, totally break it. Yeah, I don't think you can put that in the getter. Yeah, okay. Let's reverse this then. Okay. So let's get rid of that. We'll get the randomness here. Biggs! Hello! How are you? Where's my closest TV? Welcome, Biggs. I'm trying to seem more friendly to my audience. Hello! I need to make like a big cardboard TV. Just toss on my head when you show up. How are you today, sir? Okay. So we brought it back down here. We are getting our random intention, our key of it. TV on your head, ridiculous idea. Well, you know. What's life if not meant to be ridiculous? You also need to not pronounce half the consonants. Hey. Should we try this again? Want more food? Yeah, okay. You're waking up, huh? You're ready to be up and at 'em. I know, you've been asleep for so long. It's been like 4 hours. It's been awesome. It's been really great. You've been so good on the stream today, little guy. Boo. Oh my goodness. Okay. Junior Dev needs them snacks. Yeah, for real. Free snack bar at the company. Real perks here. So now we have this match on the keys. I guess what I can do is on attack. Well, oh man, my brain is totally breaking. That's giving us a random key. We need to store that somewhere, right? Do we even need a match? Or do we have the match in the UI? And we say if this variable is matching on this case, then assign the labels according to what it is, right? Just came from watching Pixel Pitch. Was another cool episode. Awesome, Risky Biscuit. Anyone we knew? I know that Code Rad said that it's possible Rogue Blight might get like on screen somehow. Like maybe they would just play some footage of it. I don't know. Variable intention as equals intention options. The key you just calculated above. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Zaft. And then in the UI, reference off of that, right? UI is only representation. Should not decide on game. Right. No. Yeah. Just in the UI. Based on what is being described here, change the UI, change labels. That's all I would be doing. It would just be changing labels. Game logic should propagate to the UI. Yeah. You didn't know anyone there? Okay. Well, it's a cool program. I like that they're doing it. I'd love to do something similar someday in the future. It'd be cool to have some sort of angel investment funds available to and do things like that. I would love to do that. That'd be super rad. Ooh, how you doing? Maybe caught up a little. Get the burp cloth. Oh, good job. Yeah, you're trying to say hi to chat, huh? You're looking straight ahead. You're like, what's going on that screen over there, Dad? That'd be really cool. I would love to do it. Oh my gosh. And I would love to do it with publishers too. So the way they have it is kind of like they partner with like the mushroom guy and like a couple of small publishers, and then they throw money at people. I would love to say, like, here's a panel of 5 publishers. Which of you wants to bid in order to represent this game? Right? I think that would be super sick. Super tempted to apply, but lots of work to assemble a pitch deck. Yes, that's very true. And then you have to like figure out what are all the in-jokes with Asmongold and incentivize, you know, like, I don't know. For some reason, people think he's bald. I guess that's an in-joke in his community. Got to work that in somehow. In my case, I prefer to be on that show for the exposure rather than the money. And I think that's fair. I mean, especially with Asmongold's crowd that he attracts. I'm curious what Code Rad's... I think he posted that there was a decent bump in wishlist after it premiered, but not like life-changing. You know, it was a good bump, but not, you know, not huge. Explosive. See, these are the sorts of things Automod should catch and doesn't catch. I'm a streamer, I do it for free. One guy asked for $5 in this one, but got a promise from Asmon to play their game on stream. Oh, that's clever. That's clever. Automata hates me. Oh, that's super clever. Yeah. That's Gordian not levels of clever, you know? Like, I'm not going to untie this. I'm going to cut straight through and get to the real value. Let's go to work. That's great. And not only is it cool because it's going to be more valuable for him, but it also generates a ton of goodwill with the other developers and everyone watching, because now that's that much more money to get split to the other developers. Like, that's such a good, classy, awesome move. Man, I wish I thought of that. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we do the match here. So we'll just do variable, well, no, that's got to be declared outside of here. Var, intention equals that. And then we will say intention equals this. And then in the UI, mixed use of tabs and spaces? Okay, there was a space there. Great. Great, 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 great. Dancing does multiple things, helps me think, and helps the baby get back to sleep. Yeah, okay. Got it figured out. Baby's not quite asleep yet, so we'll keep dancing. We're gonna go to our fight UI. And in our update UI, or do we do this in Ready even? Oh, we're updating the UI in Ready. Okay, good, good, good. So we have the villain HP label, progress bar, all that sort of stuff. Intention. This is where we need to go. Villain. Oh, we already have this set up though. Equals villain info dot intention value. There you go. Equals intention value, which is not in here anymore, right? It's this. This is what we're looking for. But we're declaring it as like dot notation friendly context. So we don't want that. We want to swap it out. We do want the match. Okay. Match on villain info dot intention, and on attack. Let's see, am I doing this syntax correctly here? Yeah, okay. On this, we're going to say, dancing also good for clips. No, it is not. Oh dear. We're gonna say intention value label dot text equals attack. And now we just copy this, right? 5 times. So now we have block. And then we have... what are we declaring it as? Interference? Interfere. Interfere. And then buff. Debuff. And then block. Make a short out of this. It's great. All right. I mean, I should put up a short. Anyways, I've got a couple of that I am trying to film. So maybe I should just throw that one out and just make a fool of myself. You know, on my one short that went like pseudo viral, they got like 330,000 views. It was hilarious, some of those comments. Some of them were like, white guy dancing. It's like, yeah, okay, funny, haha. But then there were some that were like, you just know bro was high when he recorded this. It's like, sir, you've never stopped by the stream, have you? Okay. Intention value label. An intention label. Oh, we have the value label too. Right. And then, okay. So intention label dot text equals this. Oh, being on a stream is a sort of high. It makes you do silly things. Yeah, that's very fair. It's very fair. All right, you looking for more? One more food. You're pretty active. Your eyes are so closed, though. I'm not sure you're ready to be awake. I wish I lived a life like this. You know, when I could just, like, start waking up and be like, and then someone would rush over with a plate of bacon. Like, what could be better? What sort of a life could that be? Okay, so now the value label needs to be villain info. Villain info dot attack dot value. Yeah? Would I have done a lumberjack cosplay if I were not streaming? No, I wouldn't. I saw that short, Risky. I hope someone understands the reference of the comment that I left on that, because if they don't, I'm going to be very, very sad. In fact, Biggs might know it. He may have the cultural inheritance to understand. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I don't know if we have any other... You didn't do it? Oh. Okay. All right. You understood it? Oh, good. Well, you didn't laugh, so I'm going to cry now. Okay, all right. We're gonna try and get this wrapped up here for the rest of these. So block, and then interfere buff and debuff don't need values. We will also need to change the icon that we added in. Ooh, we're gonna need to change the icon. Okay, all right. So, everyone, this has been such a lovely stream. I need to add in a to-do here real quick. To-do, add icons. Okay, this has been fantastic. I am being summoned, unfortunately. My time is at an end, unfortunately. But, oh my goodness, what a great day this has been. We've learned about dictionaries and getting in setting. We've been doing more work in resources and refactoring everything. This has just been lovely. thank you so much for your time, your joy, everything. We're going to raid into Odd Oculus here. One Boxy Llama, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hey, thanks, Blaze. I'm so glad you were here. Thank you. Good to see ya. We're going to raid into Odd Oculus, who is building a MOBA, kind of Heroes of the Storm / Battle Right style. Really good dude, doing really incredibly talented work. Once again, also doing his own music and everything. Thank you, Biggs. Thank you, Tom. It's so good to have you all here. As a reminder, and as to all of you who are new, foxhollowgames is a charitable enterprise that is helping people enter the game industry. So if you like what you've seen today of game development, game analysis, we have a game jam coming up in July. Mark off your calendars. We're going to avoid pirate software. And like, follow, subscribe on whatever platform you are on. Thank you so much for hanging out. We're going to go over to Odd Oculus now. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.